bit of latency, I think.
Yeah, there was also some human latency in there as well, so he wasn't ready for me to ask him the question. Okay. Let's see. I should figure out where I should stand to be able to speak into the camera. Okay. So, welcome everyone to the 2022 MetaBrainz Summit. The 2020 MetaBrainz Summit that we should have had a couple of years ago, but didn't. But that's life. So thank you for everyone traveling to Barcelona and, Lucifer for not being able to attend. Speaking of where Lucifer is, Lucifer's not here, but I suspect he'll turn up in a minute. We've come up with a very good day for being online because for the first time in many months, it's an actual proper rainy day, and it's been raining, for quite some time, which is something that we very much need here in Spain. So it's also a good time to just like hunker down and talk to your mates, which is the thing that we do in Spain anyway. So I'm going to jump in and give the state of MetaBrainz speech, and after that we're going to continue on with the speeches of the other projects. And once we're done with that, we will actually then do crowdsourcing of the agenda, and then we'll jump into the agenda. As we stated on the wiki, that our format for the summit is going to be gathering in the mornings, and then starting at 2 o'clock, of course, all these times are Barcelona times, starting at 2 o'clock and then going through 7 o'clock. And about 7 o'clock is going to be cocktail hour here in the office. And we can keep the meeting running if somebody else wants to join us for cocktail hour. Then come 8 o'clock, we'll need to run off to our dinner reservation. Any questions or comments so far? All right, let's see about sharing the screen. Okay.
Oh man, I hope that I have the permission. It's set to screen record from.
I don't know. Can people see the screen? Okay.
Oh, you are.
It seems to be okay.
Cool.
Okay. Start. Okay. Can one of you guys confirm you can see the screen share? Okay. Okay. Great. All right. Jumping in. State of the MetaBrainz. These slides are a little bit less polished than I'd like them to be, but they were hastily slapped together when I realized, oh, I needed to do this. So the first thing that I wanted to say is thank you to everyone. I feel really quite happy at the moment because we have a very conscientious, very respectful team of people, and in general, at least the inner circle of this community has been just absolutely fantastic. And the things that we're doing as a team are also absolutely fantastic. I think we're firing on all cylinders, and that's, I don't know how many of you have actually spent time in the actual corporate world doing shitty, soulless jobs, but this is the best job I've ever had, without a doubt, without a question, and I like this to continue. So I'll talk more about this later, possibly a separate session to try and figure out how we manage growth and how we deal with these things. But I do believe we have a couple of years to kind of think about that. So if you've been part of the team, part of all this ass kicking, or even just on the periphery, keeping everyone on the straight and narrow towards ass kicking, I want to thank you. It's been a huge amount of fun, and I think we have a really incredible team at the moment. And I think it's really important to say these things because, and this is one of those positive qualities of our team, we're continually focused on everything that's wrong. But I think it's kind of my job to actually remind everyone that there's many, many things that are amazing, not just kind of work, they're amazing, right? So Zaz did some stats, I don't know, maybe he'll come up with some more, but we calculated that we're making 38 million successful web requests in a day. That's stunning, right? And our hosting bill has always been $2,000 for the last 10, 15 years. How exactly that works is just magic, but okay, cool. Anyways, I want to go in and kind of give a little more context around where we are today in this probably not very well articulated roadmap that's sort of stuck in my head. So I want to articulate it a little bit more for the rest of you, because we're about to go public with all of this, hopefully in the next few weeks, months. And I think it bears a little bit more communication. So a few years ago, Alistair and I started AcousticBrainz. Shortly thereafter, we started the ListenBrainz project. And these projects, the original goal of these projects was very much to go build more data. And the idea is then to, if we have more data, we can grow our audience of people that are supporting us. Because in a way, I feel that the people that really need our data and benefit from our data, especially the large customers, they're already supporting us, right? So if we exhaust the market, that means exhausted growth for us. And that's not cool. So we need to expand the data offerings that we have in order to attract more supporters along the line. And also another problem, and this is something that people have been complaining about for really quite a long time, is that one, we don't know what's missing in MusicBrainz, where the data holes are. And overall, I think we all agree that there aren't enough people that are actually editing the MusicBrainz database, or even worse, doing the voting and peer review on the database. We really desperately need more people. But in the age of streaming, where everyone is just like, whatever music, I got Spotify in my pocket, let's go, right? A lot of people do not care about music anymore. Fortunately, that's changing. We'll talk about that later as well. But you know, there's people just are less engaged with music because it's just something that's in the background and something that you've got. So that makes it more difficult for us, because MusicBrainz originally grew because of two factors. And that's the tagger and Last.fm, and those kind of go hand in hand. But if people don't actually have music collections anymore that they're curating, that kind of makes us less relevant. So that then gets the question: how do we become a little bit more relevant? How do we grow, and how do we bring more people in? And that's what that was sort of the thinking and the idea behind creating ListenBrainz and AcousticBrainz. Unfortunately, AcousticBrainz didn't work out as expected. In long run, it looked pretty much like a long shot anyway. Had the technology actually worked as well as it was billed to us that it works, I think we'd be in a different position, that we weren't able to coax out any usable data out of the project. So in that particular case, I find it's much more interesting for us to focus a little bit more. And this is where, and we'll talk about focus in just a minute as well. But as I just mentioned a minute ago, Last.fm made us happen, because Last.fm had a lot of growing problems. And whenever Last.fm went down, and that was a lot back in the day, they would have a link that said, like, Last.fm is down, we're really sorry, go tag your music collection with MusicBrainz. And we just had this growth curve that just shot us up, and that really put us on the map. So that was really, really good. And that was always the holy, not the trinity, the holy duality that really kind of points to me that, like, hey, we really kind of want to have Last.fm. And that zombie thing that's off in the corner that is Last.fm today is not it, right? We can do better. And I think we can kind of bring about this whole balance between having Last.fm and having MusicBrainz, or ListenBrainz and MusicBrainz. And there's a lot of interplay between them. And as we can see now, we're already finding things where now we've created a mapper, the mapper's working, we're getting to the point where a lot of the things that aren't getting mapped basically means that's a hole in MusicBrainz that needs to be filled. And now we can get people to go over to MusicBrainz, enter the data, and then sometime later we reattempt the mapping, and if all goes well, the mapping should then succeed. So this means we've created the first metadata feedback loop in this particular thing. And as you know, and I've heard me talk about before, metadata loops and these feedback loops are rather important for us, because that means, like, if somebody goes through the cycle of contributing some data, seeing some positive benefit, and then you go like, oh, wait a minute, I did this thing and now the world's gotten better. That's cool. I did that, right? And then they're like, hey, friends, come here. This thing's cool, right? And this is how we can slowly start to build into the community. And then all the other things that I'm hoping will happen will hopefully happen. All right. So, ListenBrainz strategy. So as of in the last year, we've been really pounding on a lot of tools in ListenBrainz. Building an mapper has been a really interesting journey. And I also have a summer of code student go through the music listening data set, music history listening data set, which is a data set that's scraped Last.fm for 15 years. some
Lots of us.
right? 27 billion rows of data, a lot of junk. And one of our GSOC students, with a lot of help and support from Alistair and from Lucifer, has been going through and actually cleaning up this data, which is a huge feather in our cap, and that's data that's going to be really useful for us. So we're now learning about MusicBrainz because we're finally using MusicBrainz in very interesting contexts and building more data and so forth. And now we're constantly seeing it's like, hey, wait a minute, this thing over here, that's a bug there, that's a bug there. And we're slowly closing these bugs and improving the data and figuring out where the holes are in MusicBrainz and then pushing people to go fix them and plug them. So I see that this is slowly starting to happen. Unfortunately, growth rate on ListenBrainz is user growth rate is still pretty slow. I think in the last 9 months, we picked up 800 users or so. So it's nothing to write home about. But in 2023, that's going to be a focus for us.
So say that again. 900 users in 8 months.
800 users in 9 months or something like that.
So that's 100 a month. So that's 3 a day. That's nothing to sneeze about. Like, I mean, it's not 1,000 a day. Sure.
It's a sign that we're moving in the right direction, right? And also we're getting more people on the forums asking, hey, I'm from last time, I want to switch. How do I? ... Right? And we should welcome these people with open arms and listen to them, because that is where our initial stream of people are going to come from, and that's where we can grow from, right? So that's an important path for us. So what we've got now, so we've got learned a lot about MusicBrainz in this particular process. We've created several new things. We've got recommendations. Some of these new data sets, I'll go into some more details in a minute. We have user stats, and we have Q sound, and we will soon have fresh releases, which with the timeline slider of you can go into the past and into the future and look at the releases, sort of like an entire exploration of cover art and music that's been released. I can't wait for this tool. This is going to be really cool, because where else is anything like this happening? Right? I don't really know any place else where we can explore these things in a very visual sort of way. So this is very exciting to me. So, and the goal, one of the things that we've been talking about in the last few days is that MusicBrainz is a data set, right? The data density is very high, it's very geeky, it's very structured, it's very good in a particular context, but it just isn't consumer facing, right? It's just too intimidating for consumers. So what we want to do with ListenBrainz is have that be the consumer-facing side of MetaBrainz. That's the place where maybe we can get Google indexes better, because everything's going to be more responsive. Hard to say yet. There's some of the conversations we had earlier in the week about figuring out why we're better represented in Google. Maybe this will allow us to actually have a better presence in Google and have that be the destination site where people search for music and say, oh, this is in ListenBrainz. I see, go check this out. But then ListenBrainz has the focus of, if we can take 1% of the users coming into ListenBrainz and funnel them to MusicBrainz, we have a steady stream of people coming into the project, and that is ultimately what I'm out to do, because that's what we need. And we don't want 100% of people coming into ListenBrainz turning up at MusicBrainz, because that will create problems for us, right? So we've got to be careful about who we shuffle over to go play with MusicBrainz, while ListenBrainz is a little bit more approachable for the world at hand. There was something down there. I don't know what that last point is. I can't read it. It's blocked. Right. So, and this is what the focus going forward. And we've been building a lot of features in ListenBrainz that are for us. Right. This is for the people that love Last.fm and sort of isn't there, and we'll be building all of these things. The rule going forward, in particular in 2023, is going to be the new features that we're building need to be at least some point in focused on bringing new users in, right? We don't want a tsunami of people coming in, but we definitely need to build some tools. And this is where some of the work that I've been doing with the cover art stuff, making composites and composites that show a visual representation of maybe what your last month of listening information might be, which are tools that people can share more freely on the internet. Right, so this is the beginning of the steps, and as we talk more features for ListenBrainz, I'm going to be pushing that all of the features we're going to prioritize in 2023 should have some aspects to bringing new users into the project. So I talked a little bit about this. Very important goal for ListenBrainz is to grow MusicBrainz. And I know this presentation is very ListenBrainz heavy, very much on my mind right now, but really it's the two ListenBrainz and MusicBrainz are standing side by side, right? MusicBrainz is and will continue to be our bread and butter, right? This is how we earn our money. This is how we earn our keep. And we can't prioritize one over the other. But in bringing in a little bit of focus, we'll talk about that in a minute, is going to be good to not have to focus on AcousticBrainz and possibly folding CritiqueBrainz into ListenBrainz. One less project for us to work on. We'll bring in some new features in and not having to do so much duplication on this work. And as I mentioned just now a second ago, making a consumer-facing site allows us to create this siphon towards MusicBrainz, right? All of this, the very long overarching journey we've been on is to go make MusicBrainz more visible and a little bit more in mind of the public and the music industry. So this bar of people down at the bottom is not allowing me to read the last point of my slides, but okay, it's slowly starting to happen. So we're definitely on the right track in this particular thread here. So talked a little bit about the new data sets. The mapper is creating MusicBrainz ID mapping that allows us to take just a very simple artist name, track, or release and resolve it into canonical track on MusicBrainz. This is a big deal as far as like somebody coming into the MusicBrainz ecosystem and matching their data against MusicBrainz. Right now, we can hand a toolkit database table to somebody that makes this lookup process significantly easier. And that's kind of a big deal because in the past, people said like, oh, well, we can't use MusicBrainz because it's too much work matching all of our stuff. Right. So now we're taking some of this work off of the table because we spent the last year and a half working on this. Out of this process, we also came up with canonical recordings and canonical releases, sort of based on, this isn't perfect, but it's a lot better than we had before. So now we can say, out of a release group, this is what we consider to be the canonical release. That show kind of is the example piece out of this, and also canonical recordings like this is the recording, and if you want to highlight one, this is the one, and all these other ones are copies or other instances thereof. Also useful for instance, the BBC has asked us for this. Already mentioned the music listening history data set that we're cleaning it up. And Lucifer has actually is required to do a group project, and Lucifer has decided to take on the project of taking the music listening history data set and actually running it through and continuing to work on the artist similarity and artist popularity. Artist popularity and recording popularity is really quite simple. It's just a histogram, right? It's super easy. But the similarity is considerably more tricky. And there needs to be, we need to build algorithms that verify that the algorithms are correct and hope that the right data comes out, but it's pretty tricky. And I'm hoping that Lucifer can take, having Lucifer have some minions to go do some of the data pounding that's just kind of redundant and not particularly interesting, that will move the project along. These are really fantastic data sets, right? And once we have the similarity data, that can feed back into our recommendation engine. And that can just drastically change what we can do with our recommendations. So very exciting on this front. Already talked a little bit about our sharper focus. So, and I'd like to pick up the question about wrapping CritiqueBrainz into ListenBrainz. I think it's kind of interesting. Not having AcousticBrainz also is, we have a team that's a little bit more focused. So that's really quite promising on that particular front. So, and for the time being, we have the right number of people. I know pretty much everyone feels like, oh God, if I wish we had a couple more people. I know, we all do, right? Monkey is starting on the BookBrainz front, spending half of his time on it, right? And I know the MusicBrainz team desperately needs somebody, well, actually MetaBrainz needs somebody to really be our search guru, to really be putting them on, they're all into it. These are things I'd really like to see. Post case, it'd be nice to have somebody actually working with Akshat on the Android app. We're all starved still, but it's a lot better than it was like 10 years ago, I tell you that. Right now. Back in the day, it was rough. Now I want to get into something that is a bit of a topic that's been very much in my mind the last year, and It's like I'm one who has to worry about these sorts of things, but it needs to be worried about. And that's the economic situation. And there is, to a degree, we may be insulated because we're nonprofit and we have some big customers behind us. There's definitely going to be some churn in our customers. So we're in for what could be a bumpy ride for us. At the outset of the pandemic, I did a analysis as like how we can survive the pandemic, and identified the major key difficulty for us being inflation, right? And inflation so far, the hosting costs have not really gone up a whole lot. That doesn't seem to be a problem so far, but every single one of you is getting pinched on energy prices and rent and all of these other things. So my main focus is like, we can't hire anybody. We need to keep paying raises so that our standard of living doesn't actually go down, right? So the things are challenging. We're in now an environment where we've got too much inflation, and we're still a little bit resource constrained. So how do we come out of this, right? So the next 2 to 3 years are going to be a little more challenging from an economic perspective. And let's hope that the entire world doesn't actually melt and then kill everything. At this point, that's an actual real worry. But that's, I think we just all have to assume that we will continue on, that the world will continue on, that we'll have at least 10 years or so before climate change gets us. So the plan for the immediate future is not particularly fun. It is hunker down, it's conserve cash, hire no one, and if we're going to spend any more money, let's spend it on raises, because we're all going to drown if we don't get raises to at least counteract inflation on some level. So this is very much on my mind, and this is what keeps me up at night. And as I already mentioned, really hoping to grow our offerings so that we make it more palatable for more companies to then come in and be supporters, so that we can then hopefully, as we lose some customers, bring some new customers in. And I think the best that we can hope for the next 2 to 3 years is just be completely flat, right? If we don't have any loss of income, that will be ideal. As it stands, we still have 12 months of money in the bank. So if all the money were to disappear overnight, we could continue functioning for 12 months. But not all the money is going to disappear overnight. So that run rate is actually longer than that, right? I don't want to be drawing down on that money, but we may need to be drawing down on that money. And currently we're in a slight deficit. Sonos just canceled on us, so that's unfortunate, and that's one unicorn gone. I haven't been able to pick up any other unicorns, so that's a bit frustrating, which is why I think it's important for us to grow the market with more data sets to attract more people and bring them in. So this has been a very long product cycle, churning our way through the maturity of ListenBrainz and AcousticBrainz and the road to help MusicBrainz. It's a very long, roundabout way. But the good news is we're now actually arrived at a fairly critical juncture, to the point where hopefully we can actually grow our revenue while some of our other revenues decrease. If we can keep it flat, that would be fantastic for us. More specifically looking at it, so as I said, business is flat. We lost Sonos, chasing after various other customers, and they come and go. There's some possibilities, but who knows? We have about 12 months of operating cash in the bank, so like 11.58. I haven't done the finances for the last quarter yet. As people might remember, I found out that a lot of our invoices were being delivered to our corporate customers. And so therefore that's like made our income for the first 2 quarters of the year kind of dip. Figured that out, went back, chased after people, they paid our invoices. So we actually had a fairly good quarter 3, which I can't show yet because I don't know what that is actually in monies, because I haven't, everyone's been here since the beginning of the quarter, so I can't answer that, right? But we're more or less still breaking even, possibly a little bit negative, but with 12 months of money in the bank, a little bit negative is okay. Doesn't make me sleep well, but okay. So talk about the new data sets that are coming. And there's also, I've been sort of vaguely talking about potential ISRC collaboration with one group. And this particular group says like, hey, we're in charge of ISRCs for this European country. And we are frustrated by the lack of an ISRC database. And we're sick of it. We're sick of working with the music industry to try and solve these problems. Can we work with MusicBrainz to basically say, we're going to get our RSRCs into MusicBrainz. We will make sure they get updated to MusicBrainz. And then you guys are the fulfillment arm. You guys have awesome APIs. You guys have great replication, all these other things, right? Strategically, this is a big deal. And I'm not naming any names, not naming any countries, because this isn't a done deal. This is just talking about things. But this particular company has already sat down and ingesting our data, and they're matching their data against our data as quickly as possible. I'll be doing some traveling, hopefully later this year, to go meet up with them and figure out exactly the ins and outs of what that will entail. Strategically, this is really important for us, because if we can now do some publicity around this particular task with these people and say, like, look, we are now not authoritative, but like really freaking good for ISRCs for this country. We've shown that we can do this. We can show that, like, maybe we'll come up with some sort of access tier that is like I'm an ISRC consumer. I would like to support MusicBrainz, but I don't need the whole thing. I don't need to pay you a unicorn license fee, right? Because if you have like, a medium-sized record label, like, your friend Mo, and he needs ISRCs, right? Like, there's no point in trying to take $1,500 out of them, but it's $50 a month, something like that. Like, yeah, I don't know. We'll have to work it out. But there's a potential revenue stream, but there's also potential serious upside for getting other countries to see. It's like, oh, wait a minute. This is the beginnings of an IRC database that nobody else is willing to do, and these metadata hippies are willing to do it. That could be the beginnings of getting a bunch of people in. And if we can actually be sort of the de facto ISRC database, it's a huge amount of traffic for us. And that's very much in line with my own personal goals of making part of our work count towards getting artists paid more. So this is exciting. Vaporware at this point, we don't know how this is going to turn out just yet. There's still this fear in the back of my mind that some lawyer is going to go like, no, you can't send data to metadata hippies. That's not okay. These things happen, right? So another thing that we started talking about, it's a very long, slow process, is to actually raise our prices. The board of directors, after a number of conversations last board meeting, we decided that we would raise our prices by 20%. A couple of customers have already been on board with this, and so we should bring some of these prices up, and that should hopefully offset again some of these losses I'm expecting, and certainly bring us back even more on an even keel. That's a pain in the ass to do, because now you've got like a lot of conversations and who wants to know about raising prices, but at least people aren't going to be surprised in this environment to raise prices. And we have never raised prices since 2003. So it's time. It's time, right? And so far normally Universal, some large music label basically said you can't raise your prices more than 3 to 5% every year. Well, that's fine. We'll be raising prices 3 to 5% every year until you're up to on par, right? Or you guys can just choose another metadata service provider. Ha! Good luck with that. Right. That was it. That was MetaBrainz. I feel a bit kind of weird that I didn't talk very much about MusicBrainz other than this very long route of supporting MusicBrainz and lifting all of the projects up over time. Also didn't really cover anything about BookBrainz. Oh, there's one other thing I wanted to mention about the cover art archive that I haven't really gotten into yet. And so there's a cover art compositor that I've written in the beginnings of this. Is really neat, but in order to make that performant, we need to actually have a cover art cache, right? But that's basically our board of directors, continually say that that is too much legal liability. We could get sued on it. So I'm continually having conversations with Corey. Corey is he's a copyright ninja. He knows how these things work. He understands how this entire process works. So if him and I can work something out, then we can convince the rest of the board of directors to go with it. And he put something on the table that I thought was interesting. It's very, very American, and that is litigation insurance, right? So the idea is that we could approach an insurance company that specializes in these things, explain what it is that we do, explain what potential risk, potential ramifications in this. And if they say, if they give us some sort of figure, it's like, if it's less than 10,000 a year or something like that for this insurance cover, then we might be able to do that, right? So that if somebody then says like, hey, we're suing MetaBrainz Foundation because you guys are doing this cover art composite, and if that's no good, then we can basically say it's like, all right, well, our lawyer bills will be paid by our insurance. Will that ever happen? I mean, would we ever get sued? I'd rather doubt it, but we built this nonprofit on being squeaky clean and not getting our fingers dirty and so forth. And that served us really well. But now we're at this point where not being able to have a caption this cover art and so forth, it's actually hamstringing us. And we've seen on ListenBrainz when Monkey adds cover art to something, the entire page just springs alive, and all of a sudden there's like characters overflowing from it. We all know that people love cover art, right? So this is kind of critical. I'm going to continue working on this because I want to see this happen. Hate the legal system and the rest of the music industry and so forth, but it is what it is, and we have our limitations there. That is my presentation. Do I have any questions?
Anything on the chat? You've been watching today, Alistair?
Yeah, one message from Rio about CritiqueBrainz, but that can wait until our CritiqueBrainz session later this weekend.
Okay.
Which was, if CritiqueBrainz is to be merged into ListenBrainz, what happens to BookBrainz, for example?
Well, I mean, fundamentally, I don't think we can throw away any features that were planned, right? Shifts a little fundamentally. If there are no other questions, then should we do one more presentation then?
I don't know. It's kind of a weird. I'm not sure.
Weird questions from
Well,
us.
I'm sort of interested in like. So my interpretation of a lot of what you've said over the past few days is kind of like ListenBrainz needs to be the focus primarily to drive the growth, but it's not been said kind of explicitly in a way. And I'm just kind of, I'd be interested in if you have a comment about that in terms of like, because it feels to me like we've said, like MusicBrainz is it's for almost like designed for technical people. And obviously, yeah, that we do want to make it easier for people and drive more people to it. But ListenBrainz is really where it seems like where we get the consumer side, or the normal people side of it, and that's where the growth needs to come from primarily. And so, like, I don't know. So, how do you see it in terms of like prioritizing things? Like, do you see how is ListenBrainz like significantly higher than?
No.
Okay.
No. And this is kind of, it's the opposite. I really want to put ListenBrainz higher up on the priority list than MusicBrainz or than BookBrainz, right?
Okay.
I mean, there's some de facto expressions of priority based on the amount of people that we're allocating, and BookBrainz really is getting shafted on this particular area.
Yeah.
I don't like that, but I also don't want to put MusicBrainz down saying like, oh, MusicBrainz is a mature project, we could just sort of like push it out a long pitch, right? That's not what I'm saying, because it is absolutely important, right? And we must work really hard to protect the community around it, right? Because if the community, there's, people, I was at a music conference on Monday, and people ask me like, so how big is your team and how do you fund yourself, right? And my answer was like, well, we're 11 going up to 20,000, right? Because we might have 11 people on the team with a 10, I figure out. Actually, I can't count that. I don't know how to count that, right? But fundamentally, we've got some 20,000 editors that are making edits to MusicBrainz every year, which are absolutely critical in all of this, right? So I don't really want to say this is that ListenBrainz needs to be a priority over MusicBrainz. No, we all need to fire on all cylinders, because ListenBrainz can't exist without MusicBrainz, right? And MusicBrainz, the opportunity for MusicBrainz to grow going forward, and then to grow the team, grow features and so forth, is probably predicated on the growth of ListenBrainz. At least that's the gamble that I've set us on in motion.
Yeah, but that's kind of like where I was coming from. It's always like implicit that then, so if ListenBrainz is the driver of growth, and like from what you've been talking about the economic concerns and stuff, like in the short term, you need to focus on growth and how to create growth. So fundamentally, like ListenBrainz, if ListenBrainz is betting on ListenBrainz to drive the growth, then it kind of has to be slightly prioritized to a degree. I'm not thinking about it in binary terms. You know, I'm not saying like we're just going to abandon MusicBrainz. It's more about like.
I mean, if I was going to put a final point on it, I would say that the focus in ListenBrainz needs to be sharper, right? Because we've been building a set of tools that we want to use, right? We want to build the last FM of olden days that we're missing. The focus change that needs to happen on the MusicBrainz on the ListenBrainz side is that all the features that we're building going forward are designed to bring more people in that then kickstarts to growth. Yeah, right. So I think that's a fair way in which I say like, yeah, that needs to be a priority change for us.
Yeah.
In some way, in the past year or two, we've also effectively done some of that prioritizing, how much work we put together on improving features for ListenBrainz. So we all have various projects that we're working on, but we've been doing a lot of concerted efforts to move the project forward and make it more user friendly.
And that's like saying because ListenBrainz drives its popularity from MusicBrainz somewhat. And then we are saying that from ListenBrainz, we want to drive people to MusicBrainz. Is ListenBrainz actually popular enough to drive people to MusicBrainz?
No, but it does have the potential to do that in 2023. Yes.
The aim is clearly to
How are you going to get the name out for ListenBrainz then?
That is all of 2023 to answer that question. Right? And I can only tell you about the first step, which is the cover artwork, right? The next step, once the summit dies down and everyone's gone home, I want to put up a post in the community forums and ListenBrainz and say like, hey, community, if you enjoy ListenBrainz and we're now at a point where I'd like to have more people come in, how can we enlist you to help us spread the word about about ListenBrainz, right? So we can see you sharing these things. And I should also mention in a slight tangent before I close that idea. Rasami is one of the board members in London, and she's currently on leave, and she is basically said like, hey, I want to keep in things, and I want to keep helping MusicBrainz. And she's got a communications marketing background, and she knows a lot of people in the music industry. So she said like, hey Rob, give me some tasks, give me some stuff to do. Right. So, I've been, and we sat down in London. It was her husband and the rest of me and myself sat down and tried to figure out like, okay, so how do we do these things? Right. And kind of looking at, it's like MusicBrainz is kind of text, right? And text was Facebook, right? Now we've moved on. Right now, Instagram, it's images, right? And like the social networks, for better or for worse, are how how things get known in this world, right? And that's on images, right? So if we then get the cover art archive to give us images and more of this visual representation, we finally joined the Instagram generation. The problem is that we're moving now to TikTok, right? And TikTok is video. But like, okay, so how in the hell do we go about making video of all this, right? I don't have any answers for that, but that needs to come down the line too. There's some ideas behind it. But with Russ and me, and whoever else wants to have this particular conversation, or I think Monkey and Simon might get pulled into this as well. We can figure out how to build a more cohesive marketing strategy that has two prongs. One that has more information for the music industry, and we're already kind of working on that. But then also to bring in people into the ListenBrainz community that then brings people into MusicBrainz, right? The marketing and all of that is like, there's a lot of work still to be done on that front. We don't really have any of the answers yet, but that's going to be the focus. So as we, and right now, if you look at the ListenBrainz roadmap, and this is actually, big kudos to the ListenBrainz project, Lucifer. If you look at the roadmap, which I thought was going to take us well into 2023 to complete, is nearly done. I think by the end of the year, we're going to be done with that. So, it's time for me to actually now think of the next level of this roadmap to figure out how to move forward from that. And the focus of the next year in that particular aspect is going to be the focus of bringing customers in and bringing users in. And Alistair has also been working on this already, in the sense that I've tasked him with putting all of the new data sets they've created and putting them on the FTP site and revamping the data sets page on the MetaBrainz homepage to give a much more comprehensive idea as far as what data sets we're offering, because that's about to change pretty significantly. Right now, we were offering the MusicBrainz data set, but now all the data sets are coming that we've already talked about. That's a significant new departure and a significant new more data offerings that we've got. And with that, I also want to go out to a couple of the contacts I have in the music industry and see if they're willing to write about us as well. And if we do this ISRC project, the unspoken word there so far is that there will be a publicity push around it, and that can push us in much more into the limelight, into the business side of things, as well as some support from these people. So these are all things that I'm pursuing, and it really feels like we're kind of actually executing all these ideas from 5 years ago, and they're kind of starting to come together. The timing with the economic recession and so forth is both good and bad. It's not where I wanted to be, because I think it would be nice for us to go flying right now, but I think we're just gonna have to continue to run. And this is an analogy that I've been talking about since 2000, 2001, when people have been talking about like MusicBrainz needs to blah, 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 blah. I'm like, hold on. We're currently crawling. When we're actually walking, and we can think about running, and eventually we'll go fly, right? We're still not flying, but we're like we've got a nice run going on, right? So it's taken us 20 years to get to this point and to actually be able to have a team and have a stable website and have like non-creaky, crappy services running. Thank you, Adam and Zaz, for all your work on that front. We made a huge amount of progress on all of these things, right? And now that we're going to have to work on a lot of infrastructure and so forth, we can actually focus on growing our business, growing our user bases, and continuing to kick ass. And I'm going to shut up, but I wanted to touch on one other thing real quick. And the other thing is that I've been sharing some articles, in particular, The Guardian has had a couple of articles as of late, where people are fed up with the streaming world and they are leaving Spotify. Now, I feel that this is a minority group. Like if that's 15% of users, I'd be surprised, but still 15% of users is a large group of people. And this presents as an opportunity for us, because these people are fed up with Spotify. They're fed up with knowing that artists are getting 0.0001% or 1 cent of it for a stream or something like that. Something really shady. And they feel that they've lost touch with music, right? So people are more heading towards Bandcamp and heading towards actually seeking out music and like understanding that, oh, that album I want to listen to, rather than just clicking on Spotify, listening to it and then forgetting in the background. They're actually seeking to have music be a little more in the forefront.
Find the record.
Find the record. and I keep saying that the music industry has lost an important, or the music community has lost an important element. We used to go to record shops and actually hang out in record shops and talk to all the record geeks who were the record geeks in these shops, right? We don't do that anymore because record shops don't exist, right? So that particular sort of event, this particular type of person, these are the people that I really want to actually have be in ListenBrainz, right? So if there's a bunch of smarty pants about music that are telling other people like, hey, I'm making a playlist now, I found this new music and that sort of stuff, we can recapture an element of this. And Last Event did a really good job. I thought that was like, wow, they nailed this. They made this perfect transition, and now they fucked it up. There are no destinations in the music industry. And this on Monday, there were some, I was going to call them a-holes, but don't go up beyond that. But they were like investors. There were 3 investors on stage, and just like, we're excited about the opportunities in the music space. And that was rude. I couldn't help myself, but I actually laughed out loud, right? And the guy saying, it's like, I'm excited by the investment opportunities and innovation that's happening in this space. I'm like, what? So when I got the microphone to ask questions, I'm like, hey, dude, I'm sorry for laughing at you, but really, tell me, what do you see as actually innovation that's happening in this space, right? And he basically just rattles off all these things like, well, there's an opportunity for this company to make sure that, money is flowing, more royalty management, all these like da. And basically what they're excited about, all of them, are creating more services that are all geared towards taking a little bit of pie that the artist has. And then early in the day, there was an artist on stage and he said, like, look, being an independent, self-promoting artist is like, you have a pie. You have to guard this pie. And I love this analogy for something just as simple as a freaking pie, right? And he says, like, everyone in the music industry is trying to get a piece of your pie, right? And what he was talking about was everyone in the audience. Everyone there is just like trying to grab the slice of the pie. And you know, these people are really excited about investing in this market because we can do more grabbing of the pie of the artists, right? And then at the end, we're like, well, we have to admit that the artists are not really getting compensated any better yet. Yeah. All of them, right? And this is where we're finding ourselves in. This is where people are excited about things. So they're back in the day, Alistair, how many music hack days have we gone to? How many music hack days are there now? Right? I mean, how many companies were there doing all these cool things? How many of those are around now?
They have all Spotify.
Or Apple, right? So there is, the entire field is completely fallow. There's nothing happening. And ListenBrainz, as far as I can tell, is one of the most exciting things on the table, right? We can bring back Last FM, we can bring back the record shop nerds, right? And I'm excited about it. And I think we'll all kind of share this. So I'm finally going to shut up. Sorry for being a bit ranty, a bit rambly, but the state of the music industry is absolutely abhorrently terrible. And I think we have an opportunity for making all of this stuff better. Any questions?
Bob had a question, but I think we can add it to the agenda for later.
What was the question?
Bob's question was, well, I mean, he's there as well. If I understand correctly, the cover archives is talking about cover ups and showing images. If I understand correctly, cover art archive is archival information, but ListenBrainz cover art is more presentation. Is there a need for retrieving cover art of a presentation quality, perhaps from other sources as well?
Bob, is that question in regard to like the quality of the images or the quality of the service that serves up the images?
Quality of the images.
Okay. To be honest, I don't think we need, I think what we've got going on is good in that respect, because I don't think people really care so much about having the crispest quality. In fact, we're kind of moving in the opposite direction, because by the compositing images together, I'm taking 500 pixel images and like knocking a bunch of them together and then creating another 500 pixel image, right? So if we focus on having better quality images, that's going to get lost in the fray. And how big are the images that we show on?
I think we use 250 pixels.
Yeah, how what was the display size then?
Oh, yeah, 70 pixels.
Right. So as per Monkey, you know, we're loading the 250 pixel images and we're showing them at about 70, 75 pixels. Right. So image quality is not really a concern of mine. I think the concern that I share more is coverage in the archive, right? Like where are the holes, where are the pieces of images that are not showing up? And this is hard to differentiate right now, because right now we have like, is that a mapper problem or is that a cover art archive problem? So those are the things that I see. Cover art archive, as far as I see, where we have the problems are on the hosting side, right? The Internet Archive is great. The things are working really well in general, but if we want to do compositing, or you know, if at some point Brewster rings us up and says like, hey, you know, that line that I opened our conversation with 15 years ago about unlimited bandwidth, unlimited disk space, no engineering time. Yeah, we're sorry about the bandwidth, but you gotta chill out, right? That could happen. I don't want to take that call from Brewster, but you know, that's where I see a potential problem, both legal, hosting, and just like, you know, getting the latency down, so that if you have a particular page that needs to load 1,500 pieces of cover art, we don't want your browser to crash, and we want that to happen in a reasonable speed. How do we do that? Those are pretty significant challenges for us. Does that answer your question, Bob?
Yes, mostly. My other question was really with respect to aspect ratio. You're using, I believe, square cropped images for your composites. Sometimes cover art archive images are not square cropped.
Yep, I agree. You're right. What I've put together so far is nothing but a proof of concept. I wanted to have something that I can then take the board of directors and show, hey, these are the things that that we're working on and so forth. And it's far from done, right? Because unless I have permission to deploy it, we've got nothing. But you know, I kind of wanted to work this out in my head and then also have something that I could show to the board of directors and other people. I mean, JB from VLC, I asked him, like, hey, can we run cover art cache over at you know, the VLC? And JB was like, yeah, absolutely, no problem, right? And I said, like, we're willing to pay for the server, and he was offended that I suggested we pay for the server. He's like, no. MusicBrainz has contributed so much to VLC that we would never allow you to pay for the server and don't ever mention that again. Okay, go. It's nice to have that sort of relationship. All right, I'm officially shutting up for the time being. Thank you for your attention. Who wants to go next? MusicBrainz, ListenBrainz, BookBrainz. Not quite ready.
Freso was asking for some kind of key anyway.
Yeah,
You can do that. Rock can do that.
Good.
We can't do it. We don't do it. We don't need it.
Kartik, do you want to go for ListenBrainz?
Hello.
Oh,
Yep, sure.
okay.
Hi, Brathamash. Welcome.
Oh, hey.
Hello.
Well, they use
like to display. I've only bought from using VLC.
Hi.
VLC does everything. Makes coffee as well.
Am I audible?
yeah, but it's not source project, so we have to.
Don't you think we should display that somewhere?
On MetaBrainz.
Hello.
Hi.
Am I audible?
Hey. All right. Come down if you please.
Sorry.
Presentation starting.
Thanks. Okay. So let's start with state of ListenBrainz for 2022. Starting off with some statistics. So currently we have 595 million listens in the ListenBrainz dataset. Of those, 92 million were added this year. There are 18,000 users in ListenBrainz currently, and 3,000 of them have registered this year so far. On the code side, we have added 528 pull requests since the last summit, and also made 81 releases since the last summit. A shout out to the GSOC projects this year. First of all, we had Uzi, who added the time zone feature to ListenBrainz. Users can select their time zone. We have already started using time zone to generate the daily jams based on the user's time zone. After that, we have Ricksearch, who added the recommend tracks to followers feature. This is currently not merged fully. The backend is run, but the front end here is still open. Then we have Prathmesh, who worked on the MLHD analysis project. This project is also currently ongoing. Finally, we have Chinmay, who is working on the fresh releases page. This is also work in progress. Now, moving on to the UI UX improvements in ListenBrainz. This is how the ListenBrainz website looked last year on 7th October. And this is how it looks today. So as we can see here, it has been completely revamped. There's a lot of cover art. There's a following and similar users model. We have listen count, pinned recordings, listening now, and Brainz Player has also completely been revamped. We also added a listening now page to ListenBrainz. You can, whenever you play a song, The listening now page will start showing it. It shows listen credits, various links in MusicBrainz. This also shows tags. In future, you can also add tags to MusicBrainz directly from this page. A desktop app for this page will also be coming soon. Moving on to Brainz Player. So as we see, Brainz Player looked like the image above last year. Bunky revamped it. So now we have a much better and more functional Brainz Player, as we can see in the bottom image. We can hover on the cover art to display it in full. We also have like button, a dislike button, and other opening button to open in various music services. We also got YouTube support this year, but the support actually existed last year, but the rate limit was quite low. This year we got an extension, so now there are no more rate limit errors for playing with YouTube. Now Brainz Player also supports playing across multiple tabs. You can play a song, maybe forget about it, open a new tab and start playing there. The old tab will stop playing and the songs will start playing in the new tab. There are tons of other UI and UX improvements in ListenBrainz. For example, we started supporting a username change. This was a much requested feature. Earlier, users had to delete their account or delete all their listens, but now it happens seamlessly. We have also added support for MusicBrainz IDs in feedback, pinned recordings, recommending tracks. Earlier, an MS ID was needed for all these features. This meant that third-party applications couldn't integrate as well as the ListenBrainz website. But now that the MB IDs are supported here, many players have already added support for liking and disliking tracks directly from the player. Next up is statistics and recommendations. So we added some new time ranges for statistics. We added a new recommendations category, raw recommendations. These are direct output of the collaborative filtering algorithm used in ListenBrainz. We added this primarily for debugging, but now these are also used in building the Daily Jam playlist. Also, another nice thing added to recommendations was the latest listen timestamp. You can see whether the recommended song you have played it before, and if so, when. There's a screenshot here to show how it looks like. We also added tooltips to the artist map. You can click on a country and display the top artists from that country you have listened to. We also added global statistics, site-wide statistics for ListenBrainz. These are the cumulative statistics of all the users who are using ListenBrainz. This particular screenshot is of this year's statistics so far. We also worked a lot of experimentation with collaborative filtering in generating the recommendations and in Troy as well. The daily jams are now much better. And we also generate the daily jam based on the user's time zone now. Last year, we did the year in music report. So, this was very well received by the users, and on user demand, we ran it again a month after in January 2022, so that the user could get a complete year review. This included various stats, playlists, and charts. We built 4 personalized playlists, some stats, and the top releases collage. We intend to do a year in music report this year as well. We are coming to the backend side of things. We have the MBID mapper, which is a big hit. As Rob mentioned in his presentation, the MBID mapper is doing a lot of good work to support various front-end features. All the cover art here we see is possible because of the MBID mapper. We can write reviews, recordings, and feedback. It also helps in generating better recommendations and statistics. The MBID mapper was added a couple of months before last year's summit. Since then, a lot of improvements have been made to it. We added an explain endpoint to help debug it. We also added a feature to periodically recheck unmatched MS IDs. This is quite helpful. Say a new track was released and you listened it on Spotify or say YouTube. It's not in MusicBrainz currently, so you go to edit in MusicBrainz. Earlier there was no way that it would get rematched. You would have to manually go in the database and invalidate some entries, but now that automatically happens after a few days. MusicBrainz, we eliminated MusicBrainz completely as a separate database earlier this year. Now MusicBrainz is only a table inside ListenBrainz. The MBID mapper's success played an important role in this. We realized that the MusicBrainz can be a lot simpler now, and it only stores the minimal metadata needed now. Rob already covered this in his presentation. We are building a lot of canonical datasets, and they have a variety of uses. They're also powering the listening now page we saw earlier. Some more infrastructure improvements. We store now listen counts in Postgres. We cannot do listen counts on the fly because it's too slow. There are almost 600 million listens in the database. So we used to store it in Redis, but there were cases where there were race conditions and we were missing counts or there were invalid counts. So we came up with a plan and now we store listen counts in Postgres. There haven't been any problems in listen counts since then. Another issue we were facing was with stats. The stats data generates almost 15 gigabytes daily. We have to insert it slowly in Postgres because if we do it too quickly, the load on the primary database rises too much. There is also, so we came up with a plan to store it in CouchDB, a document database instead. This has a lot less overhead than storing in Postgres. And the benefit is also that each database is a file in CouchDB. We create a new file database every day to store that day's stat. When the next day's stats come in, we drop the old database and just keep the new ones. There were many other improvements we made, like in upgrading the Python version. We upgraded the timescale version we use. We also replaced combo with Pika. There are much less RabbitMQ errors now. We upgraded Flask, TypeScript, and also Spark this year. We also faced some crisis during the year. First, the biggest one of this was the listens DB being exposed to the world. The timescale database historically has listened on the 0.0.0. So anyway, there was a misconfigured firewall that exposed it to the world. Further, we used to store the database for the listens for the timescale DB in Git. It was a weak password. So now we have fixed this. We use a strong password and store it in console. It's rendered at the runtime in the container. We also only listen on the internal subnet. Further, we are intending to harden the PGHPA configuration file. Then we also had a Spotify outage issue. Spotify had an outage and it started to return auth errors whenever we try to refresh a token. These errors triggered a check in LB that we have to check whether a user has revoked authorization to LB from the Spotify console. On detecting this, we delete the user's tokens from LB for a good measure. due to but these checks but during the outage these were invalid auth errors which should not so that triggered the check in LB, and we ended up deleting the refresh tokens and access tokens for all of our users. We sent out some emails to ask the users to reconnect, but only a third of the users reconnected. We don't back up the refresh tokens or access tokens in the LB private dumps, so that wasn't an option to recover as well. Almost after a month, we realized that we have barman backups that back up the entire Postgres cluster, including the ListenBrainz database and the access tokens. So with bitmap self, we were able to restore the access tokens and the refresh tokens from the barman backup and reconnect almost 2,500 more users. In future, to avoid such issue again, we have added external service tokens to LB private dumps. We also now do not delete the refresh tokens. If an error has occurred, we only mark it as invalid. Another issue was that a user submitted 70,000 listens in a single HTTP request to ListenBrainz. When the timescale writer tried to insert this in the database, it errored and crashed. When it started again, the request was requeued, so the crash happened again and repeat. This blocked the listen queue for hours. We have now added more validation on the API side to handle this. In the future, we also intend to add a dead letter queue to queue rejected requests instead of requeuing them at the same time. This was all that we did this year. For the future, we plan to add a feature to export the playlists to Spotify and other music services. We intend to add integrations for more music services. The website redesign is going on, and we intend to add a single page application and server-side rendering to make it more useful. We intend to add modes and BPM support to Brainz Player. There are mapping improvements to be done, and we intend to publish the canonical datasets. Finally, there's playlists and better recommendations, and so much more. Thanks. Any questions?
That's a lot of stuff in the year. Yeah.
I think we missed the documentation as well.
You know what?
The documentation that was done at the beginning of.
Oh yeah, we did our doc sprint.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Who thinks we should have a dog sprint again?
Docs are all finished.
It was really like, dog sprint was really good for documenting my job. So, well, thank you, Lucifer. Who wants to go next?
So
Says?
Yeah.
looking at all of the things we did, how many of those things did we blog about and tweet about?
Almost none.
Yeah.
We suck about that.
Yeah.
But then we just so focused on our stuff. But that 2023 really needs to make a change.
I have a major concern about ListenBrainz that I want to bring about. So basically, when a new user registers on ListenBrainz, they don't get anything for a week.
It's on our radar. Yeah, it's called the cold start problem.
Yeah.
And we're rather aware of it, but it's not something we can fix short term.
It's famously a hard problem.
It's a very hard problem. And also the homepage is still not very welcoming. So all the revamp, all of that is designed to address some of that.
Because the point at which we introduce MusicBrainz to a user, to especially a ListenBrainz user, comes a lot later. So our analogy that we will be using ListenBrainz to introduce them to MusicBrainz, what are the actual number of steps? Like do we know that? Like, at what stage does a ListenBrainz user get introduced to MusicBrainz?
We should hold this question until we get into, I want to have a breakout where we talk specifically about this. And we specifically talk about, like, getting people to go to MusicBrainz and how we can get more people to come into ListenBrainz. That would be perfect for that. So when we talk about agenda and crowdsourcing agenda, please bring that up.
Thanks.
Okay, a small presentation about the current state of our infrastructure, which didn't change that much over the last year, because basically everything is working pretty well. We increased a lot the number of servers, physical servers, because mainly due to ListenBrainz project using Spark and things like that. But apart that, the rest didn't change much. So just few numbers. We are using 27 physical server at Testner, 12 virtual server at Testner Cloud, 8 at Google Clouds, which make us total of almost 50 machines. There are 80% of those are very small machines, and we have some big fat server to run the database. The network traffic reduced a bit since 19, because mainly due to better filtering, we had a lot of traffic which was not legit or anything. So we refined a bit our software to filter out invalid traffic or useless requests, the whole tune-up thing and everything like that. So the bandwidth, well, we are using 10-bits, so we are pretty good. That's 45 megabits, 7 almost. That's a mean, but we don't go much further than that. Now, almost all our servers are in Europe, but few virtual machines which are in the United States, mainly Google Cloud machines.
Which we need to get rid of.
Yeah. Here is few measurement of the ping round trip time from different points in the world. Since all our servers are in Europe, it's much more faster. And from from Australia, Oceania, New Zealand, it's very awful. So this is something we could improve, but all users are mainly in Europe and North America. So okay, nothing else then. We handled 10 billion of 200 answers this year. It's 1 billion less than 3 years ago. So that's the same thing. It's mainly due to the way we are filtering out bad requests, something like that. So pretty stable. Incoming requests around 650 per second. And we actually handled half of that. So same goes, it didn't change much. As you can see, we had a lot of more incoming requests 3 years ago, and those don't come anymore because we are just filtered out. The response time, it's that's something I'm measuring since a long time now. The MusicBrainz website is on the slow side. The response time isn't that good, but it didn't change much since 3 years ago. For the web service, it actually degraded. I don't know exactly why. But our answer to web service requests are slower now than it was before. So I think that's due to change on the backend side. That's something we could perhaps have a look with bitmap or Bazo. So yeah, it's still good enough. Solar, which is handling all the search done to MusicBrainz website and web service. We run that on XNair Cloud virtual machines. It handles like 180 requests per second with 5 backends. It runs at 100% capacity almost over the Yeah. It doesn't go bad for now. We'll have to upgrade Solar with upcoming month. So yeah, we'll see.
Full redundancy.
Yeah, full redundancy. It doesn't crash. We didn't have any issue yet with it. What I fear is perhaps the possibility of a snowball effect. If you have one server crashing, perhaps the other will be a bit overloaded. So, XNair Cloud, we're using more virtual machine, but it's still expensive. So XNair has something they call the vSwitch, which is a kind of virtual network that can be used to ensure communication between cloud servers and virtual machines and dedicated servers, the physical ones. We don't use it much, but it's a good feature. Virtual machines are very bad at any kind of CPU-intensive processing, mainly because we are sharing CPU, so not that great. But for everything which is memory or network-based, it's great because in this case it's very cheap. About the cost, it's very cheap. So we are at less €100 for the whole Solar cluster per month. So it's not too bad. It's very convenient. It's very easy to spawn and to create or destroy virtual machine. But I noticed that XNair is often doing maintenance on underlying hardware, which leads to downtime. So it's not a problem for Solar because of our redundancy, but it could be for some applications. Docker, we started to use Docker a few years ago. At the start, we were quite inexperienced, and now we are running almost all our software in Docker containers. And we are driving almost everything from what we call Docker server configs, which is basically a GitHub repository containing JSON files. And those JSON files are used to control a bunch of configuration and containers through console and some few tools we install to manage that. It's something which permits us to auto-configure the gateways to add new service automatically and to get things up very quickly. About those tools, this year I deployed what we call GitZ console, which is a replacement for the Git2 console, which was somehow which was a bit of maintained and not very efficient, and it was crashing quite often. So the Python-based replacement is working a bit better for us. I replaced also Registrator, which is maintained now by Service Registrator, which is written in Python 2. We still have to upgrade console, which is we have few part moving. There's a server side and a client side, and basically the client is running as an agent. It's running on all nodes, and we have few nodes which are responsible of the server side of console. And we use a lot of console templates, which are, well, yeah, the Go template language is awful to me, but it works well. About Docker, what's quite problematic at the moment is the management of volumes, because when we want to move a service around, it's not always easy to figure out what has to be moved in which order. So we try this year to document a lot of rules, so it makes things easier. Thanks to Eva, which did we pushed for that a lot. That's a good thing. We still have containers which are quite critical and still not redundant. So I said it almost on all summit last year. So, okay, let's keep improving on that and trying to reduce that. Reinstalling Docker is not possible without stopping the containers. It's due to a small configuration I added, but we still have to reboot the server sometimes. So we can kind of consider the container will run all the time. We sometimes have to stop them. The stability is very good. We didn't have much of issues this year. The failure we had, for example, on hard drive or things like that, were seamless for the users. So I don't think they noticed. Usually that's fixed very quickly. Xnare is really good job at that. If we ask them to repair something, they do it quite quickly. So, and finally, we went to the crappy fan CPU fan issue, where we had very bad CPU fan keeping failing. So it was annoying. It solved. Improvement. With the help of ATJ, we moved to a part of the server to be managed by Ansible, which is basically a remote control for servers. We ponder about moving a part of the scripts which are in Docker server configs, which are used to start container and things like that, to Ansible, using Ansible more like a deployment tool. And we upgraded a bunch of servers to recent version of Ubuntu. It's not yet over. We still have old server running on 16.04, I think. Work in progress. Finally, as it is now, we don't support at MusicBrainz IPv6, which means that people who want to connect to our services using IPv6 cannot, because we don't handle such traffic yet, but that's on the work. We should be able to provide this service this year, I think, or next month, less. We are in the process of testing and evaluating different options. We started to configure and to deploy new gateways, that is faster machines to accept all the traffic. And after we finish the move to Ansible, I think we'll focus on upgrading console, so which is a central part of our infrastructure. And thanks, special thanks to AG who joined me this year, and which is a very nice help. Many things. Thanks to the team, which is doing great things, and it's very fun to work with you guys. And I would say thanks to Xnare, because it helps to keep our costs pretty low, so great. And that's all for this year.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, nice. Who's going next?
MusicBrainz?
MusicBrainz?
I think I should join the Zoom meeting first.
Very good spot. Something you guys are matching away.
I think it's coffee time at the boiler and just next to
You're looking at the.
Yeah, I had like 2 square foot. Whose tile is this?
Oh, that's mine.
Okay. Is it like in the hitchhiker's guide? Like,
Yeah,
when I feel like yes, don't panic, don't panic.
No, it's to dry myself off and take there was a lot of rain on the way.
Right, okay.
There was not a lot of rain on the way. You could put it in my blue bag.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
No worries. Yeah, let's try some of this Irish cookbook. And then when you send that back off, let me know and I'll bring it back to the project. Okay, cool. You bus tickets or train tickets, whatever, I'll come with those things. It's the one where all the cool kids hang out.
But I'm also watching.
Maximum.
But when I joined the YouTube stream, it said one person viewing. It was me.
I've got one of those going in.
Zoom
It's one of those things where, you know, you don't see.
I can see.
The number of views that have those.
Yeah, I have one. Yeah, I don't need to see
Yeah, you can do that.
You can, but you have to move the thing.
No, I think I already have.
No,
Zoom.
Or maybe if you could actually click on the window.
I think that they're best at making comments.
Oh, yeah.
You are the
Maybe you're best at sitting
window.
over there and being sarcastic, huh?
well, you know, I mean,
I already got
you mark up.
Zoom's already.
Yeah, I'm saying to the thing.
So we have to zoom
Yeah.
That doesn't matter. Again.
You have any other,
Just playing with a cultural sprint. So he need nothing.
If you close
Yeah.
You want.
I would use much too much paperwork.
Well, no, I was just thinking like.
Trying to pick more
Just like, well, no, just like.
You find a way.
You might take a holiday.
Okay, you know how.
Everyone else is working. So we consider.
Yeah, he's quite good at that.
Well, like most of them will start with a couple of nice ones and then
This didn't work, did it?
No.
I'm still amazed that we're fitting the photo because it's so identical.
You try.
The function of full is the. Oh,
Oh, yeah, and then you command F.
It's already in full screen now.
Yeah.
But it doesn't
But
like,
already,
Well, it's a maybe
full size.
exit. Maybe exit the full screen and try setting in something navigable.
Well, that's which is pretty. Yeah, but this is gonna. The was one screen. Yeah.
The options.
Yeah, sorry. This is.
Pull up the options menu.
So I got that from my.
Yeah, you can.
Like one of those photos never fit. Yeah.
No, when I was actually at DLSR, I care about the primary because it's just so sharp and so easy to shoot with.
I want the. Oh, yeah, see, I'm not much.
And this.
Yeah, I don't know, but I'm.
Yeah.
So I take.
I mean, I did mine this morning.
So the MusicBrainz screen is getting the presentation.
So what was the screen?
There's an option hidden somewhere.
Okay,
Web stuff, there's always an option hidden.
But it's that's some total Zoom. There's an option.
Okay, before you start, who wants coffee? Because it's ready in 1 minute. Get your cup. Not yet. Okay. Yes. You have a cup.
Yes.
Is that long?
But there's one up here.
That's fine. So.
So I can't wait to see their slide presentation downstairs. See 4 slides, opening slide, closing slide, snarking between 2 of them.
Do you want to give the talk? Because you basically.
Already gave it.
I wanted to be that Alistair this year, so no slides.
I have slides.
Don't you think blog posts would be better than slides? Blog posts for the same thing.
Yeah, actually, that's a good idea.
Because I would summarize things on the blog very nicely, but we can also take the slide decks and post them with links to the blogs as well. Questions?
All right, state of MusicBrainz. I'd also like to apologize for the hastily put together slides, but
We're all guilty.
so we made a lot of progress with the React conversion. My main project on this in the past year was converting the relationship editor, which is one of the more complicated interfaces on the website. So that took quite a while to do, to convert from currently uses Knockout, and there's a lot of very subtle, strange bugs in the existing code, which we had no idea how to fix because there are a lot of hacks in place, and it was very difficult to follow. So that's all rewritten now, and it's live on the beta server. I'm coordinating with Kellner and IRC to upgrade his user scripts. So once those are done and people can use all the scripts they love on the new interface, then we'll probably ask more people to test it on the community forums. And yeah, looking forward to releasing that because it was a huge item that we're waiting for. We also converted all the CD stub, the TOC pages, edit lists, indexes, annotation templates, lots of other minor pages and macros that we're waiting to remove. A lot of the remaining template toolkit code is like macros that are used by like 1 or 2 files and can be deleted as soon as those files are converted. So there's less template toolkit code remaining than it looks like. There's I think maybe like 100 files left, but most of them are like documentation pages and relationship type pages. Yeah, and there's also open pull request to convert the event edit form? Yeah, to React. So that should lay the groundwork for converting all the rest of the edit pages. The last major one will be the release editor, which is probably going to be as big as a project as the relationship editor will be, but should be completed hopefully by next summer. We had a lot of documentation improvements in the past year. One thing that Yvonne worked on was updating the schema diagrams in our wiki. So previously we had to generate those with some tool that I think Books wrote years ago, and there wasn't a clear maintainer for that, and it wasn't clear how to actually update those or generate them. So Yvonne wrote some code that actually parses our SQL files and just generate the diagrams automatically or semi-automatically, and that's all documented. And the wiki page that's linked on the slide is updated if you want to click that and see some examples. But yeah, that's a big help because we've got a lot of comments in the past from people who said, hey, your images are outdated, can you update these please? And now we have a good way of doing that. We improved our test documentation a lot. So currently, or in the past, whenever a test would fail, it would just say not okay, number 70, and we'd have to look up in the source code what test 70 was and be a real pain. So now we have like actual comments for every single test assertion. Well, not all of them yet, but Rio did a good job of updating many of them, and many of them have comments now. So it's a lot easier to see where failures occur. Another thing Yvonne worked on was updating all of our cron jobs to have consistent timestamps in the logs. So we did have pretty good timestamp coverage before, but whenever an error would occur, it would get logged outside of the context of the actual bash script that was running it. So any error messages would not have any timestamps, and it would be difficult to know when an exception occurred. So now we know exactly when an error occurs in any of our cron jobs. And we also improved our flow typings in the database. So it's a great help when you need to refactor things and just change a piece of code, and it'll say if the reference you're changing is used anywhere else and if you're breaking anything, and it's very nice. So Sir had some updates to fix some crashes that were occurring, and these weren't just happening in production. These were issues that people running Sir with their mirror servers were running into, where if you updated the description of a type in the database, like an artist type, it would cause a cascade of index updates for any entity using that type. Like if you change the description for, say, artist group, all groups in the database would have to be re-indexed. Oops. And there was an even trickier.
We hit that very hard by me adding type descriptions. I think it was to all release group types. So basically, all the release groups were re-indexed at once. So yeah. Whoops.
And there was a related but separate issue where the way Postgres triggers work, if you update a column, but you don't change the actual data in the column, it'll still fire the trigger because you're still running an actual update statement. So updates that would actually not even affect the index at all would still trigger re-indexes. And we fixed that by having the triggers actually check if the data changed before pushing an update onto the queues. Lucifer has been working on helping convert Stir to Python 3. I believe it's still in progress. I'm not sure what the exact status of it is, but hopefully we can get that completed this year, because I don't think you can even install Python 2 from the official package managers anymore. So we got a schema change released in May, and many of them were cleanup related, like we removed a lot of unused schema items. But the other major changes were to triggers. We have triggers to keep the average ratings and usage counts of tags up to date.
Thank you.
Yeah. So previously we had a lot of bugs related to that. I guess due to bugs in the MusicBrainz server code, because these were previously updated by Perl. And now they're updated by triggers, so they're much less likely to become out of date. We added a new materialized table for area containments. So any listings where you're viewing a list of entities for a particular area should be a lot faster now. If you're viewing a list of artists from a certain area, and the reason that was slow was because it had to take into account all sub areas, and it's a recursive query. So we now cache that data in the separate table, and it's much faster now. We deployed the DBMirror2 schema, which I talked about last year, but that's going to replace the current replication system, which is based on the old DBMirror code from the 90s.
That code lasted way longer than Postgres ever expected.
Yeah. And so the schema is fully deployed, and we have new version 2 replication packets being published. Lucifer deployed a pull request ahead that makes those available via the MetaBrainz API. So you can also request them. It's been being tested on my replication server for the past year, and it's been working fine. So I think next schema change will probably try to make this the default option. Other schema change was with genres. We added support for edits to genres, annotations. We improved the alias support to support well, to match how other entities support aliases. They now have types. We added a mood schema, which was for ListenBrainz. That'll work the same way that genres do currently, where you will have a static list of tags that we consider to be moods, and then actual mood entities, which are linked to those tags. The last thing we did was we added MBIDs to artist credits. They also have redirect tables now. So if you change the last use of an artist credit, it'll redirect to the new artist credit. And we have actual pages for artist credits now, which you can access via the MBID. And that's nice. That makes it a lot easier to reference the specific credits in other projects, because you don't have to do it as like a list of names and artist MBIDs and join phrases. There are other genre improvements which built upon previous schema change work. We now have URL relationships for genres, so we can link to their Wikipedia page, Wikidata. It helps us understand the genre is, how to use it. We have relationships to other entities now, so we can link genres to each other, which makes the data a lot more interesting and more rich. And genre pages are just a lot more interesting now. Last year, we collected a bunch of numbers about the database, and I thought it would be interesting to run the same numbers again and compare them to last year's. So for releases, we have 3.4 million releases in MusicBrainz. Wow. Last summit, it was about 3 million. So 400,000 new releases since last year. And last summit, it was an increase of about 340,000. So the rate of change has increased slightly. About 1,099 new releases every day.
Wow.
Last summit, 997, so slight rate of change increase. 51% of all releases added since last summit were added with some kind of importer or script. So last year was 47%. Wow. So that's actually increased too. The vast majority are from Discogs, Tisket, and Bandcamp. There's also a good amount from Deezer and iTunes too.
We're still at 49% are being added by hand is impressive.
But yeah, also how much more could those users do with the tools that some of us have access to or know about, you know?
And PK has been used as well. Don't agree this so free.
So for genres, we now have over 12 billion upvotes and downloads for genre tags across all entities. Last summit was 5 million. I think Rita mentioned you had about, yeah, so that's very impressive.
How many did you add? Where did I roughly? Let me check the community post. So I've got no idea.
And who was it that scraped?
Someone could be a Bandcamp.
Somebody scraped all the Bandcamp links.
All the Bandcamp tags.
And put them all in.
Awesome.
That's basically one.
So that would be, yeah, that would be the trick. Although some of the tags are terrible.
Yeah. 80% of all tags in MusicBrainz are now genre tags. This year, 68%. So I imagine that was also the result of the bot. 5.6% of all artists have at least one genre. Last year, we measured that as 12%, although we think the number was calculated wrong.
That's still a fairly low number.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been thinking about how can we use or can we use genres in Troy for recommendations, and no. So I'm kind of wondering if there is a machine learning opportunity for us to actually see if we can throw machine learning at deducing genres for other artists. I'm not sure. I haven't worked it out yet, but I wonder.
6 million tags to 1.3 million recordings I added. Wow. But if there were 10 million added, then
Where did you guys come from?
I added them from Last.fm and Last.fm.
All my music.
Discogs. Last.fm, Discogs, and Tagdrum, which was another.
Oh, okay.
Another collection of tag additions.
49% of all release groups have at least one genre, so much more than artists. Increased from 33% last summit.
That's must be a metric in today.
Does the current support genre adding?
Adding no, choosing yes.
Could we please add that? We really need to collect more genres.
There's some stats here about percentages of release groups that have various genres. Not much different from last year. Rock and roll is still here to stay.
My.
I'm not sure what's going on with the Kawaii metal fans.
I think the 1950s are upset about this whole rock and roll thing.
There was a 200% increase in the use of Finnish tango from 1 to 3.
Let's look at those numbers.
Editor stats. So we have around 1,600 active editors per week. Summit was around 1,500, so slight increase. Around 125 active voters per week. Also mostly stable since last year, which was around 120.
Which links to all the active editors and voters. It's part of the MusicBrainz, right?
There's been 9.6 million edits entered since October 2021. Last year it was 9 million, so about 600,000 new edits. 36% of those were entered by the top 25 editors for the year. Last year it was 39%, so 36% were entered by editors outside of the top 500 or top 100, so that increased slightly. And 29% of release ads were entered by the top 25 editors, increased from 21%.
I wonder if these stats should be broken out to figure out how many of them were real.
But that was interesting regarding tools as well, because as the tools have gotten better, those top hardcore users, like their incremental growth in addition.
It makes it more efficient.
I think keep that, yeah. Why to go up?
49% of release ads were entered by editors outside the top 100. Last year was 61%. 44% of ad relationships were entered by the top 25 editors, same percentage last year. 28% of relationships were entered by editors outside the top 100, about the same as last year. And that's it.
When you say editors, is that for the top for that specific type of edit?
No, it's just of all edits. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And that was the last stat we had. So thank you for listening. That concludes the talk.
That's great. I really enjoyed the statistics about our project, both from Zaz and from you. That was really quite good. Thank you.
Hey,
so let's hear
Three pages about AcousticBrainz.
No, they're good.
Relating to the comment, Rob, that you just made on RC about using artists to tune together in the map. My understanding is, certainly for self-love recommendations, it makes sense to continue using a list of artist communities.
Yeah, I kind of wonder about that.
Because you can suddenly see that these two groups are similar because they have overlapping artists. And this is the huge issue of all other research in this area that uses things like artist credit strings, because you see, Emerson, Lake and Palmer, well, no, what was I going to say?
Queen and David Bowie.
Queen and David Bowie, right? Yeah, Queen and David Bowie and David Bowie are completely different. And it just so happens that lots of people like listen to these things together, but no, it turns out that they're all the same. So I think that's going to be the killer feature for the Music Listening Histories data set. Once we publish it, because we're going to be releasing it with a list of artists MPIs in the artist column instead of just a single, which is going to unlock a huge amount of stuff.
I think the refactored data set, that's going to be a big deal.
that alone is going to garner a lot of attention in at least the research space, I would think.
Yeah, I absolutely think so.
Before this starts, one thing we didn't mention about MusicBrainz is that, well, now that Aerosol is around, we've actually someone to ask about design decisions before we make them, which is kind of a nice thing to have. Just, I mean, I know there's a topic further later about the whole thing, but I thought they would, give a shout out.
I think integrating aerosol on our team is going to be a fairly large conversation for us later on in the summit.
It's a novel idea, though, isn't it?
Yeah,
Designing things before implementing.
I'm not sure we're ready for that yet. Really, I'm just not sure.
It's a crazy idea, not letting anyone program it, design the pages.
I have some comments about that as well in my estate. Talking about designers, I thought it'd be really nice to make my slides themed to the color of the project that I'm talking about, and then I put the logo in.
Yes.
Yeah.
The first thing I saw was like,
You're just showing off. And this is why
the graphical guidelines say you're not supposed to do that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh,
You should read the guidelines.
I was looking at the guidelines, looking for the logos. So what, it's either use the logo or use the color, I guess.
Well, don't put the logo if the color is exactly the same style of the logo.
and this is why engineers should not be designing UI.
I still think it looks
It's fitting because it seems to just sort of be disintegrating. There's a border cell that's been ruptured and is just sort of bleeding out.
So, state of AcousticBrainz, I think many people know that we shut down AcousticBrainz. Sad news, expected news, maybe. What happens? Well, we've been collecting data for a long time. And one of our big hopes was that we would collect data and people would look at it and say, hey, great, there's all this data, I can do stuff with it. Turns out that a lot of people were sort of really excited about the idea of being able to magically get responses of things, like what is the genre of this, what is the key of this, what is the BPM of this, and many people were very happy to just take it and use it and not necessarily verify it and check that it actually works for their requirements. People like to hoard data, not necessarily working out the quality of the data. We hoped that there would be a lot more sort of contributions coming in and saying, people saying, hey, great, you've got this data, now we can do something with it. We can make something out of the raw data that you've collected. And that really didn't happen. We were sort of lacking the resources and the skills to do that ourselves. We sort of expected that there might have been some sort of contribution, certainly from the sort of academia side of things. I think really bad timing on our part. We started working on this right when deep learning got really big. And all of the academics just switched wholesale to deep learning because it turns out that in many cases it gave a lot better results. And so we said, hey, we've got this data, and they said, well, I can't do deep learning on it, so I'm not really interested in that. So we collected a lot of data and then didn't really do anything with it. And we started looking at it, it's about a year ago now, sort of coming up into the new year, when we were looking at the ListenBrainz year of music stuff, and tried to do a bunch of things with it, and just sort of found that we couldn't really get any results from it. So we made a decision to shut it down. We shut down submissions. We kept it running, so it's still running on a Hetzner storage server option server at the moment, still live. We have 29,460,000 submissions, so not 30 million submissions. Some people said we should have left it running for another 3 weeks to get those submissions. Oh well. We're getting 1.2 million hits a day to the API still. 900,000 of those are from Picard.
Whoa.
And so these are universally people just looking for genre annotations, BPM annotations.
Is that like a plugin that comes with Picard? Right?
What should also mention is that there were a number of articles published over the lifetime of AcousticBrainz that talked about music is getting sadder over the years, music is getting louder over the years, all sorts of conclusions have been published that were based solely on the AcousticBrainz data.
Certainly, because you get, and I think this is what I've seen in a lot of places. Most, from people using AcousticBrainz in Picard to tag their data, and from, let's broadly say, like sociologists doing research on how music works. They'll take the data but not sort of understand the quality of it before using it to do something with it. And so there was sort of a lot of upset feedback from the community, but also a lot of the feedback was, well, now there's nowhere where I can get my genre annotations from. There's a question of, well, we've shown many times that the genre annotations produced by the models in AcousticBrainz are terrible. So we shouldn't be using them anyway.
I mean, if people want terrible data, I'm happy to make a random genre generator, and you guys can hit that as much as you want. Go.
Terrible brains.
So this is sort of one of the motivations for the genre annotations that Michael mentioned, right? So, well, okay, instead of trying to do automatic analysis of the audio to determine the genre, we've scraped all these other sites, and we can see that 3 different websites talk about this same artist as having a particular tag, which we identify as a genre, and so that the level of trust in that is so much higher. To say, here is a annotation which we believe is a little bit more trustworthy, and so this idea of moving. Rob's mentioned it a few times over the last year or so, but sort of going back to the strengths of the MusicBrainz community, the MetaBrainz community, which is user-provided annotations of things, user-provided metadata, user-provided tags, user-provided annotations. So that's sort of something that we're looking at. I didn't do sort of a what's the future of this, but we've been talking about this a little bit in the context of moods, especially with Nico a lot. And so we have some ideas about how we can say, well, actually, if we're missing some data, let's go to a person and ask the person to give us their take on it rather than going to the algorithm.
So can I, just to clarify, I mean, I know that you guys have said multiple times the data is inaccurate, but like in the context of what you two, Alistair and Rob, have just said, BPM, genre, articles that were written, basically, like, I kind of got from the context, that's all kind of wrong, or at least very unreliable.
I mean, it's the impression I got, not knowing much about it, is that it was just, there was an assumption that it was correct. And I didn't get any indication that it was like.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm going to pretend like I ever looked into it in any detail, but it's because it was made available, there was just an assumption on my part that it was like pretty good.
And I think this is also sort of because MusicBrainz, people have this impression of MusicBrainz being a high quality data resource. And it's like, well, these metadata, these did that, and did these other things.
Yes.
Yeah. Right. I guess we didn't particularly convey that as as
it being experimental almost. I mean, which might have given it.
But it's also one of these things where, in a sense, like 95% accuracy is not good enough.
Yeah.
So we can say, we could easily go in and pick out a bunch of BPMs which are correct.
Yes.
I mean, it's easy, and I wouldn't be surprised if 80% of the BPMs are correct.
And some of them could be fixable by that, because like, oh, well, it's not that. The second obvious choice will be that one that seems much more likely to be that one, right? The problem that I ran into with Troy is once I started using this, Troy is really sensitive to mistakes, right? If you have one wrong track in a playlist that is just a complete cock up, right? It's really jarring. Yeah, it's jarring. And then people are like, oh God, I don't want to listen to this anymore. Daily jams suck. Right. So we got to be rather conservative on making sure we do this right. So if the data source is like 80% reliable, it's like, I can't work with that. It's 99% reliable. I'm still uncomfortable.
Yeah, one in that's going to be 1 in 100.
Exactly, right? Because that means like every so many hundreds playlists, like one of them is going to be a complete cock up and it's going to be a negative user experience.
That being said, when we added these tags from MusicBrainz, we tagged "Never Gonna Give You Up" as death metal because there were 3 trustworthy tags from multiple different sources that said that's what it was, and we recognized it as a genre. So there is this sort of expectation that 100% is impossible, but what's the best sort of workaround you can get to?
Sorry, so yeah, this kind of really recent. Rate Your Music really relies on good tags to generate a bunch of stuff, and they just ban people for doing joke tags. Like, they have the same issue where they're like, look, it's great to have a laugh, but like this will ruin this. So, and we just have a no tolerance, but they clearly also have the same level of importance because they're happy to get rid of people.
See, this might be a tangent, but I think that's kind of a bad idea to do that because
I don't think MetaBrainz will ever.
Now you're sort of like really spanking down your community. When statistically speaking, these joke tags and so forth are noise, and any of the algorithms we're using, that's just going to get filtered out.
Pure outliers. Pure outliers. And also you can vote on the tag, so it's corrected really quickly. So if you have an army of people who are like,
which we do just allow, like consistent abuse of the system,
or organized abuse. Sorry, just to quickly go back to just interested in your opinion or your perspective on, so say like a lot of the digital music stores that are like more aimed at sort of like DJs and stuff like that, they have BPM and key listed. Do you have any? So what it made me question after it came out that the AcousticBrainz wasn't very accurate. Did you have any idea about whether their systems are accurate? Or
one thing that's interesting about that specific example you gave is to take key recognition as an example. One thing that the work that AcousticBrainz was originally based upon, sort of future development on that project, has gone to the point where they've said, well, we've now got 5 or 6 different techniques for identifying key. And we know, some techniques have been developed as a part of this project to focus really well on orchestral classical music. And this algorithm has been designed to work a lot better on electronic music. And so actually knowing the context in which something is used is a lot more useful, because you can tailor the type of algorithm you're using. And I suspect that in that specific case, you would use a very specifically trained model for both BPM and key. And the moment that you have, the moment that you're working in electronic music, and you know that the probability that there is going to be a really, really strong.
I was going to say, it must be a lot easier to get the BPM of a techno track than it is of an orchestral track.
Absolutely.
So
even then you can get.
So I think I think those ones, and certainly I've been sort of tangentially on the side where I know other people have been working on projects specifically to do research into very small niche styles of music, small styles,
subsets.
And the results there are always significantly better than on a general.
Okay. So part of the weakness of it was, I guess, that you were trying to just cover everything. Which is
and as I said, this idea that, well, you do need to start thinking about things like genre. So can you have user tags for genre, and then you look, okay, generally it's this. I know what this band is, or I know what the similar artists of this band are. I know clustering around genre. oh, it tends to be one of these. I know that this model works better on this style of music, and so we'll trust that one more than the other one.
Yeah.
I think if I were to redo AcousticBrainz today, I would take a completely different tack on it and basically say, like, in order for us to have an algorithm try and calculate any kind of data, we need to have a minimum of three separate implementations of the same algorithm, so they can vote.
Yeah. So
Right?
so you get
If all three algorithms come up with a different answer, it's still good,
Yeah.
right?
just
But
right
if at least
away.
two agree,
Yeah.
that's probably pretty decent.
Yeah.
Right.
And there's been, I did a little bit of that at the beginning of the year with BPM algorithms. And yeah, I picked up like 5 different algorithms. And even then, like ones that are definitely state of the art in the research area. And so these are the ones that give the smallest number of errors in the test sets that they've been evaluated on, which is certainly also something different when you look at the scope of what we had in AcousticBrainz. But even then, like, yeah, they make mistakes, but also you give them to people and they can be vague enough that you give them to 3 different people and you get 3 different results. So again, this is not saying that, well, the computer is useless. It's also like the musicians are a bit annoying for making stuff that's a little bit unsure.
Doesn't fit in the box. Yeah. Okay.
Well, to finish up on there, then we do have data dumps for AcousticBrainz, so people can download whatever they want. There have been some people poking on the forums every couple of months now, saying, "Well, I can't run high-level analysis on Windows," which I've been talking with Dimitri about, who's the Accenture developer at UPF, and we're trying to get a build working for Windows, but then they're still using the same models, which we know are pretty terrible anyway. So, you know, do we want to actually spend development time towards something to tell people, hey, you can download and use this, but don't trust any of the data? Maybe we should just not make it available so that people never.
Yeah, it feels like you should draw a line on that. Really.
We do have, so we always accepted duplicate submissions. We had 30 million submissions of only 7 million unique MusicBrainz IDs. And so I'm still interested in actually reducing that into, like, if we've got 100 submissions for one recording, actually pick one which is you know, representative, at least for the people who still want to, you know, pick and play with the data. Because there were some people doing some machine learning stuff with it, which still could be interesting. But we'll put that data out there and see what happens.
Yeah.
That's it for AcousticBrainz. I will offend the designers again by mixing colors. I love it. I like this one. This one looks really cool. CritiqueBrainz.
But you can't see the logo.
Some statistics. Total number of reviews in CritiqueBrainz, 10,400. 10,000 of them have text. There are 1,000 ratings, which I think is interesting because my gut feel of browsing CritiqueBrainz, where I believe we have a bug, because you go browse all reviews for releases, and the entire front page is ratings of releases rather than reviews of releases, and you can't distinguish which is a rating, which is a review just from the listing. I think that's something we need to fix. But it turns out that there's 10 times fewer ratings than reviews, which kind of surprises me a little bit.
Well, because we front-loaded the 9,000 reviews that the BBC gave us.
Right. Which means
wow.
There's 1,000. Yeah.
Sorry, how much should you preload?
9,000.
Perhaps not 9,000, just simply because that doesn't quite sum up. But probably close to maybe 8,000 at a time.
The numbers are going up.
Yeah, so the last few years, numbers going up, which is really good. I think definitely a result of us sort of threatening 2 or 3 years ago to shut down CritiqueBrainz. That gave an immediately huge peak of people who we're saying, oh, they can't disappear, let me go and write some reviews. That peak disappeared very, very quickly. So we've got a huge influx and then sort of back down to some sort of background noise. But really good to see. I mean, even now, 2022, we've got more than we had in all of 2021, and we're only in whatever in October. I think, as Simon mentioned, Sound Vision writes lots of reviews. Thank you, Sound Vision. I don't have any stats actually for top review writers, but it would be kind of interesting to look at this year.
What I was wondering is, does this count hidden reviews?
This was a 5-minute SQL query, and so yes, at the moment it does count.
The number of spam reviews have gone up, but
that's a success.
Yeah, that's exactly, yes,
measure of success.
Because they don't strike me as bot reviews. They strike me as self-promotion, and I wish they'd just write something useful as well as their self-promotion, because then I'd happily leave it. But I'm hiding a lot, but those people are finding it. Yeah, it's still good. Someone's seeing it. And
I think, of course, there's this issue where we have a web page on the internet with an open text box, and
Yeah.
people find it and want to fill it in with something. Right?
I mean, people spamming MetaBrainz signups with like, yeah, we're an Indian real estate developer, blah, 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 blah. Like, really?
A couple of new things this year. Summer Code, we had a Summer Code project this year. Thanks so much to Anch for doing an amazing job integrating BookBrainz reviews into CritiqueBrainz. Thanks also to Anch for starting in December of last year and saying, hey, I want to contribute and be a part of this, picking up a huge number of quality of life bugs and things that we had. That's great. You go and talk to him and say, I need something done, and he goes and does it. That's incredible. I'm really, really excited about that. Thanks to Simon for emailing me out of the blue about 2 years ago saying, oh yeah, if you want someone to like moderate CritiqueBrainz, I could do that. And then I completely ignored that for a year and a half until he came on board with us. And I remembered his name, and I thought, hey, wait, that guy who I think is from New Zealand.
Now he's signed up for some work. I'll give him some more work.
Yeah. And he jumped into that like really, really easily. Immediately said there's a whole bunch of bugs in the moderation interface, which we fixed because nobody knew that the moderation interface was broken. And he's been on top of that. You know, I haven't touched moderation since we talked about that. So thank you very much for all of your work on that as well. 80 pull requests in the last year, which I think is probably more than 10 times more than we've had in any of the 5 years before now. Huge amount of work by Anch, as I said. Lots of commits by him, a lot of work by Lucifer, some stuff by Akshat. Really nice to see a pull request by Simon and the list as well. So new features this year, reviews for books. So you can now review edition groups in CritiqueBrainz. And you can also see those reviews on BookBrainz, and you can also write the reviews in BookBrainz as well. When were reviews in ListenBrainz added? Was that a 2022 thing as well, or was that the year before? Summer Code 2021.
I think so.
But we just fixed some bugs last week, such as rating was required. And now rating is optional, so maybe more people will do that. There is a longer discussion. I had a side discussion with someone in the last few days saying, why can't we just rate things in ListenBrainz and have that rating go to CritiqueBrainz, which is an excellent idea, but opens up that question of, are we doing ratings in CritiqueBrainz or in MusicBrainz?
Is it a bigger question, are ratings worth keeping at all?
So we have nominally when we make our agenda, we will have a CritiqueBrainz session, and that's a great thing to bring into it.
Yeah, because from a recommendation engine perspective, that's useless for me.
What's the purpose of a rating? Like,
Well, because
That's what I'm
for the
saying.
last
We don't know.
20 years, websites have had ratings on them, and so ratings are a good idea.
But we've also long known that pretty much for all websites and everything, ratings just sort of tend to converge on about 3.5. What good is that?
And you see this in Netflix and YouTube and everything, what have you. You know, they moved away from ratings to upwards.
So it's interesting to think of it from that perspective. Like, it's really interesting because to me they're useful, but that's, as a user, the thing that I see users wanting them for is to, it's a lazy way to show that you like something or dislike something. For others, but then people want to tag their music with their, like, this is MusicBrainz, they want to tag their whole collection and they want to use their ratings and like that. And then I feel like in CritiqueBrainz on an individual level, if you don't want to write a review, but you want to save some of your experience that you have with this album in a simple way, I think that's useful. So it's,
which is really interesting because it kind of, you're saying exactly the same thing that Rob's saying,
right.
but from a different perspective.
Yeah.
In that every user has their own definition of what a rating means to them. And so when you take it in aggregate, it just makes no sense.
Yeah, that's an average, it averages out or whatever.
Right.
Exactly.
It's useful or individual.
A bracket average.
Sorry?
A bracket average.
Oh.
So we have like and dislike in ListenBrainz, and in fact we thought about it a little bit more, and I think that we have a 5-level scale. But rather than saying that like 1 out of 5, 2 out of 5, 3 out of 5, 4 out of 5, 5 out of 5, it's I never want to hear it again. I kind of don't like it. I'm ambivalent. I like it and I love it. And so we give sort of a meaning to the items on the scale, and we can sort of treat them as distinct things rather than sort of perhaps scalar continuous values, which could be which is interesting.
Although we only did that rating scale for recommendations, specifically not for users to say whether they loved or hated the song, but whether how they rated the recommendation.
Thought that's right. Was good or not.
Yeah, because we figured liking the song is probably enough.
Yeah, I think that's a specific context in which way.
Yeah, context really matters.
Well, so very briefly on sort of what we think we do next. We've been having some really good conversations, I think, with Simon over the last 6 months or so, from a perspective of, well, why does the website look like this? Why is this thing in this place? Why do you use this word release group? Because that doesn't make a lot of sense to a lot of people. How can we bring in the sort of the friendly user-facing aspects to the site? And we've had some discussions about redesigns and new ways of laying things out, but also given that we've had this sort of other conversation on the site here during the summit this week so far, this question of what is the future of CritiqueBrainz in terms of its visual identity? Should CritiqueBrainz be just a database which has an interface in MusicBrainz and ListenBrainz and BookBrainz, or should CritiqueBrainz be the main interface to all of MusicBrainz data for user-facing stuff? There are a lot of open questions there. I think I mentioned, and I really see it like programmers are really good at like making pages that are an interface to an entry in a database, and it's really clear that that's what the CritiqueBrainz interface is, and I don't think it's like there's no blame there. There's no like we did it wrong. It's just we had some developers working on a project and we made an interface and we didn't talk about design before implementation. So I think there's some really interesting ideas that we can have there, especially now that we've got some really neat people on board to talk about this kind of stuff. Join our session this weekend for more information.
Okay, I would like to say a thing about this, which is that, well, Freso kind of mentioned it too, but it's like, even though ratings might not be directly useful to us, that doesn't mean they aren't useful in general to users. I mean, there's a reason users use them. I mean, there's a reason Rate Your Music is not called Review Your Music, and it's because they have actually a lot more ratings than they do reviews.
But also the fact
And
that
like,
it's called Rate Your Music, not Rate Music.
sure. But like, my point is like, my point is like, they actually use those ratings to calculate averages to recommend, you know, the best albums in this genre, things like that. Is it very like subjective? Of course it is, but like, I mean, basically it is actually a pretty good way to find interesting things to listen to. I mean, I've been working in their website a lot for genre stuff, and I've actually found a lot of cool stuff just because of the rating. So I mean, I certainly wouldn't say they're useless, even if they might be useless for recommendation in some ways.
I don't even think they're useless for recommendations. I think that they have their use. For example, if you have a similar artist, but they have 20 albums, which means however many songs, many recordings that is. If you're gonna make a playlist, you could try and pull a song from the highest rated album that they have, and maybe that recommendation is slightly more relevant.
And on Rate Your Music, I do find, yes, things go to a point, they tend to amalgamate, but that's where the 0.2 difference in review with 1,000 reviews, to me, that's usually pretty accurate for like which album is like generally, you know, best. Well, the best, you know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Like threshold value, then it's a certain number for that to be meaningful. Yes, but yeah.
Righto. So thank you, Alistair, for that. We've had a request for a break. So 10-minute break, 15-minute break. Any thoughts? Let's just go for a 10-minute break. So we'll leave the stream running. We'll just come back here at 22 the hour. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah.
So 22 the hour in all countries except India.
Oh.
God damn it. India.
On EST and Brazil. Me directly with income, no. But everybody knows that they do a lot of We've lost. We've lost all the smokers. In my mind.
Oh, right. Yeah, we lost all of our smokers to bad habits, so they'll be back in a minute.
Yeah, it is. It's not super important, but I think it's useful for. Yeah.
Like, I agree with the point you are saying that user rating, I'm definitely in for it. But I don't want the user ratings to compile and give general album ratings. That's what my point is.
Yeah.
Because the ratings are going to be subjective. You get the point. So, what do you say about that?
And there are only ones they're always on the East Coast of this.
Because you understand the fact that we are correct. But in the case, who are you trusting? Like you are trusting a particular group of people. Yeah, but like my point is, we can't determine whether that group of people is the actual audience or not. Does MetaBrainz know?
It's one of those things like CritiqueBrainz is a thorn in my brain.
Right. What is it? How does it fit in? And
No way for that.
Do the artists like that?
And then
I don't know.
Okay, so we're back, and Freso has pointed out that he doesn't really know who all are here. So what we could do is we could just go around the circle and say who's here, or we could just all maybe like stand right here and do like best gangster pose for a minute. I don't know, or we could upload the picture.
Yeah.
The photo, we're all standing like this.
Yeah.
That would be perfect. But we have Monkey, we have Simon, and then we have Adam, and Akshat.
Hi.
You know Zach. There's Alistair. And Yvonne. And a disembodied voice with funny hair. Righto. Who wants to go next? We have
It's called BookBrainz.
BookBrainz.
Can I make a comment sort of following on from Alistair's thing that or an observation that's possibly a bit of a negative thing. But the reason for it's not for a portion of blame, but just to sort of like kind of understand, maybe it's my misunderstanding of it, but it was to do with the AcousticBrainz situation. And it felt to me like it was kind of handled kind of badly, and there was in the way that it was shut down, and then it was like there was a release of Picard where obviously a lot of work had gone into adding support for AcousticBrainz, and then it almost felt like very quickly after it was like, okay, we're shutting it down, and then they had to do a new release to then take it all out again. I was just thinking, like, is there any lessons learned from that, or like, Yeah, I mean, I don't want to be like a negative Nelly, but it seemed like there was like effort wasted in the project on that because it's
I mean, you know, that the thing is, I would basically say that was really bad timing.
Yeah.
Right, because I've been wanting for a long time that Picard support AcousticBrainz.
Yeah.
And you know, and then that was finally getting in motion, and then we realized AcousticBrainz didn't actually have a future.
Yeah.
The real sorts of lessons I've taken from this are thinking about very hard and very carefully where a new project is supposed to land, where it fits, what job it's supposed to hold. And a lot of this was originally in the early days of MusicBrainz, where people would come to us and ask us, do you guys have X? Right? And like All Music Guide was always sort of the main competitor as far as higher quality. And people say like, you know, All Music Guide has these things, you guys don't have it, we can't go with you guys because you guys are missing X.
Right. Yeah.
Right. The cover art guide is the very first thing that came out of that motivation. Right. And then CritiqueBrainz was another one trying to take on Pitchfork and reviews that AMG has. AcousticBrainz basically followed the same line. And for AcousticBrainz, the real thing that we did wrong was actually not verifying that these algorithms actually work or not.
Yeah.
Right. And it was even a presentation early on that was done by one of your students, and we were all at the Emmy or somebody, I forget who it was. And they had done a visualization of something, you know, tracks were coming in and what they were, and it looked really cool, but it had this aberration of a line right through it, or like too many tracks were all along this line. It's just like, oh, it's a visual representation of a problem. That's not useful, right? And I ignored that red flag. I was just like, that's fine, right?
Yeah.
When like every single metric had a problem like that.
Yeah.
So that's ultimately, we had too many, you know, we were too optimistic about it without being realistic about it. We didn't really sniff at it because we just assumed that the researchers who are supposed to be the expert matters in all these things sort of know these things better.
Yeah.
But at the same time, we kind of sneered at them for like, you know, saying like, oh, hey, we did this data on a really big data set this time. Okay, how big is big? Oh, we used 2,000 tracks. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, right. It's like, that's not statistically significant. It's not done on 1 million tracks, it's useless for us. Right?
Yeah.
So those are the lessons that I've taken.
Right. Yeah.
But that specific case, I think, was mostly that time.
Yeah.
But yeah, and you know, huge amounts of effort were wasted on many fronts for it.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
yeah.
That's good fortunate. I think I'm not completely sure, but I think comms might have been a bit late on it as well. I can't quite remember. I feel like there was a period of vacuum where people were kind of filling it in themselves. And I mean, I get that that's no one's, maybe I can pick up some of that at some point with projects, but I feel like no one's interested in that stuff. It's annoying. It's got to write a long post about something. But I guess maybe there could be some more, you know, because I hate to say risk management or whatever, but or like, you know, spin or whatever, but like you can make people understand it before it happens or while it happens and kind of.
I think the other lesson I'm learning out of this is that if we need to shut down another project, we need to actually be a lot more managing expectations and being consistent about the message. And because there were some posts on the community forums before there was an official announcement, and that didn't really help you.
Yeah.
Right.
I think
So
that was what the issue was.
yeah. So I think, you know, going forward, we need to have, like, if we decide to do something, we need to actually keep it a little bit more under wraps until we figure out exactly the wind down strategy.
Of course, we pride ourselves on having open discussions and open meetings
Yes.
and talking about these things.
But at the same time, you know, at least in my area of the world, when it comes to doing business things that are not where the ink hasn't dried in the contract yet, I mean, sometimes I hint at things, but they're very vague, right? So I know to do that, but like in this particular case, I didn't really put the pieces together, but lesson learned. We'll do better on that in the future. All right, over to Monkey.
All right, I need to share my screen, if you give me a sec. So first of all, I wanted to make a very high-level overview of statistics and stuff like that for this year, and then prepare any pretty graphs that go up and to the right. And I didn't prepare any slides, so I got one. This is generally how it's going. I'm going to show you the class. We're there. Generally, we've got about monthly, twice the amount of new users compared to 2 years ago. So we're picking up new users. It's still little by little, but it's getting faster. 1/7 of all the editions that are on BookBrainz were added in the last 30 days. So we keep seeing that the rate of creation of new entities is still quite high. Less so compared to last year, where I forget. I think it was half the editions were added in last year or something like that. And in terms of stats, I mean that's pretty much it. We've got more and more entities, more and more users, but of course, compared to MusicBrainz stats or ListenBrainz stats, it's still small, quite small.
But growth is just the key.
Yeah. It's all positive growth. The community that we're starting to have is growing as well. There's more discussion on the forums. It's not just me doing stuff and a couple of editors, and we have discussions between community members about how to starting to think about guidelines and how do you enter this, how do you enter that, how do you correct blah, blah, blah. So it's good. There's a base layer of good editors that's forming. So I'm very, very happy with that. We've had a lot of help this year too with really good code contributors. We merged 165 pull requests. I'm sure a bunch of those must be package updates and things like that, but that's still a lot of UI improvements, a lot of new features, and for the tiny team of basically me and whoever's helping me at the time, that's a fair amount of work. The main features for this year, I'm going to present now. I'm going to share that screen. Is that working? Yeah. We've got author credits, finally. You'll recognize the sort of look, general look of the model. So we basically stole some bits of code from MusicBrainz and put it in React, and here. In terms of database schema, it's fairly different from MusicBrainz. So there was a lot of work on how to make that work with the BookBrainz schema and revision system. And how to integrate the author credits in various pages, etc. But that's been going really well for 2022. I didn't pull out stats for the number of author credits that have been created, but 1/7 of the editions were created in the past 30 days, and the author credits are mandatory. So at least you know that everything that's been created in the past year, which must be by default more than 1/7, probably half of them will have author credits already. That was one of the big stumbling blocks before we can start importing large amounts of book records. The librarians around the world have really good systems for categorizing things, and there's good standards for entries and records. So there's good chances that we can import a whole lot of huge catalogs of very well formatted data. For that, we needed to be able to do author credits correctly. So main project for next year, importing the Library of Congress mark records, which is going to be significant work.
And I think the project after that will be improving search, because there will be problems.
Maybe, we'll see. So far, search is working better than MusicBrainz.
Everybody scales much better.
I forget what I was going to say. Anyway, this was one of the big projects. What else do we have? I'm going to go a little bit further in detail than Alistair did for how CritiqueBrainz was added to, BookBrainz entities were added to CritiqueBrainz. So what you can see now, this isn't yet in production, but it's merged and just about ready to go live. You've got ratings that are pulled from CritiqueBrainz and also reviews that are visible there on the bottom of the page, and the ability straight from the BookBrainz website to add a new review straight from here, which goes back to the discussion of whether we need the CritiqueBrainz front end, if we end up basically duplicating all that stuff as well in each separate project. But basically, you can add reviews and see ratings on books, which has been requested for 4 years, I think, pretty much since I got on. So really happy with that.
You've been here for 4 years?
Yeah, pretty much.
Does that, can you clarify what people have been asking for? Have they been asking for reviews or ratings or both?
They've been asking for a replacement for BookBrainz. So they've been asking for the ability to see ratings and reviews and some community.
Just nominally interested in why does Goodreads have ratings? Because 20 years ago, websites had ratings. Like, is it just a thing that has just followed along, or?
I'm not sure exactly, but I think people are also interested in reviews because literary critics are established.
I know who's the book one, Goodreads quite a lot. Yeah, and both are useful.
Yes.
And
But
we're
it's
talking
owned by
about
Amazon, and I hate Amazon, so made it my personal mission to.
Yeah.
so when we in ListenBrainz, express action on user behalf, right? But in a day, you usually consume facts, right? So that's an easy source of data. Reading books takes, can take days, weeks. So therefore, there's going to be a lot less data. So each data point has a lot less value. So one of the things that's going to be important for feeding into recommendations are explicit feedback, where a user makes some sort of, maybe not a rating, I'm not going to say what, but something like love this, hated this, something, right? Where there's an expression of how much they appreciated it, and how much they hated it. That's going to be very.
I mean, for what it's worth, I use Goodreads pretty constantly for finding books to read. And it's very often as in, well, some of it is like, what are people reading? But a lot of it is just like, I've heard about this name, this author. I will go to the author's page and be like, okay, where do I start? What does have a good rating? So in that sense, in many cases, there are no reviews at all, but I will usually start with whatever has the top rating, unless it's, number 4 in a series or something. But so, I mean, I certainly can find that very useful as a person who actively uses.
And I wonder if ratings or explicit feedback in the context of books that take days or weeks to read is something that people are more willing to do, because you've spent a lot of time reading this book and therefore probably have a very good idea as to how you felt about it.
You also have a lot fewer things to rate.
Yep.
If you're gonna listen to an album or two a day, or even 4 albums a week, that's gonna be a lot of stuff to review. Especially if you're song by song. Whereas
Goodreads actually sorry, continue.
No, go ahead.
But that Goodreads basically works like ListenBrainz in a way. I mean, it's basically about storing what you're reading.
Yes,
absolutely. So in that sense, once you are done reading something, they automatically will ask you, okay, what did you think? It will actually have like the write a review and rate field. like that's something that might not be as easy to do with BookBrainz unless we're tracking that as well. But you know, like that's how they get people to actually review things.
That's a good point. If you're creating an entity or editing an entity, that probably means you read it, and you should be prompted for giving an opinion or review.
And the good thing is that a lot of the technology that we've built for ListenBrainz, maybe not very specifically the algorithms, but the infrastructure that we've built up for ListenBrainz will just work for BookBrainz as well. And that means that the distance from where we are now to a Goodreads competitor is considerably shorter than ListenBrainz going to a last FM competitor.
Yeah, possibly.
I'm positive.
What you just said about being complete to have your opinion on something just on top. We don't have it in MusicBrainz. It's a solution. We could do that as well.
If you're creating a release,
at the end of the
as long as I can toggle it off, because you know.
I think there's also some problems that we don't have in BookBrainz because we don't have an established base, and we can just add features. Nobody's shouting. Nobody's shouting.
The pitchforks out.
No stabbing. No, not even friendly stabbing. Nothing.
With what Rio was saying about looking up I was wondering because my memory of that workflow on Goodreads is really interesting because I avoid the reviews before I read the book. If I don't read them, I look at the score, the same as Rio, and also rate your music to just see what to read. Like, I like this author, what's the next book on the list? I'll look at the rating. Then after I've read it, if I feel social about it and not my friends haven't read it, that's when I'll go and look at the reviews and the comments. So it's like the same, they're presented together, but I use them differently.
They're presented somewhat together. Like, for example, if you look at the markup there, you have the ratings at the top. You have basically average rating. And the reviews are sort of like you see maybe 1, maybe 3, and the rest are basically the link goes to the CritiqueBrainz.
I mean on Goodreads.
Yeah.
But
I guess similar. You can see ratings without seeing all the reviews necessarily, which I think is also handy.
I like this mock-up.
It's not a mock-up. It's actually I said mock-up, but it's actually
just not really. It's not live.
It's not live, but I just took that screenshot this morning.
The way that information is presented is really well. It just kind of is really easy to understand.
Good job, Ange.
Is there the images? Is that a no-go?
Oh,
is that like
another story?
Yeah, okay. Can't go into that.
It's another story.
Yeah.
This is what it looks like on the CritiqueBrainz website. So you have I don't have the entity page, but support for reviews of all book entities that are relevant to rate. This is live, by the way. You can already go and write reviews on CritiqueBrainz for book entities and search for them and then review them or rate them, even though you can't yet see that on the BookBrainz website straight away. So good job, Ange, and good job, Alistair. It was fun doing a project that's split between 2 mentors and split between 2 projects, 2 MetaBrainz projects, because we keep talking about making the projects interconnected, and it's really nice to see that actually we can do a GSOC project that does that and it works well. So happy with that. Other big project this year was to redo, or not redo, but add a new creation form. Previously, if you wanted to enter a book in BookBrainz, you had to create the author, search for the author, create the author if it doesn't exist in its own page. Then go and check if the label exists, create the label if it doesn't exist. Then you'd have to go and create the work if it doesn't exist. Then you'd have to go and create an edition if it didn't exist, and link it with the work. Yeah, so that's basically it. Yeah, so we've been improving little bits here and there. You can add a word directly to the edition, blah blah blah, but it's still a huge pain in the ass. So one of the big projects this year was basically making not really a wizard, but a more generic, not super pro user, who just wants to add a book without having to understand why a book isn't a thing that exists. Why is a book actually an edition group and an author credit, and what the hell is that? And blah, 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 blah. So without the need to understand everything about everything, we sort of split the editing process into what do you have on the cover and sort of in the first copyright page. So here you have the cover. It's going to have the name, the author and publisher, and the ISBN. Okay, it's easy. One of the crucial things was being able to add an entity inline. So search for an entity. If it doesn't exist, create it inline.
Yeah.
Exactly like MusicBrainz does, except that didn't exist until this summer. Huge help. So then you have more details, usually stuff you'll find on the copyright page or inside the book. So number of pages, and technical details, and etc. These are all about the edition, the specific edition that you have in your hand. And then you'd have a tab about contents, so you can choose the works that are inside the book, search for them or create them. We also do some automatic things, so the author is going to be automatically added as a relationship to the work, because that makes sense. In most cases are going to be one edition that contains one work, because it's a novel. There's only one work in there. It's the same author that's on the cover on the author credits. And quick ability to create series and add items to series in the same process, because that's also a common use case for books, at least. So that has simplified a fair amount this creation process. There's a quick recap of all the entities that we created, and then Bob's your uncle. And so what this does is that it creates all these revisions. It'll create the author, create the work, link the author and the work over here. It's going to create the series, add the work to the series, create the edition group and the edition linked to the work. Yeah. So basically, this is all super complicated to do if you are a new user, and this has all been completely abstracted. So I'm really happy with the result.
Yeah, that's really good.
And that is our contributor Shubham, who's been doing super good work the entire year. I'm not kidding. He's working a lot faster than I can follow. He's been adding critical features. He wants to work on notifications. He's added an endpoint to delete users if they're deleted on MusicBrainz. He's starting to work on reverting revisions, which is one big thing that's currently missing for this revision management system. We don't have voting, so basically you have a full history of all the modifications. You can revert them. So he's starting to work on that. Those are all big projects that he's undertaken, and it's really helpful to have him around. That's all the pretty images I have. I guess the rest of the stuff has been smaller UI improvements that are direct requests from this community that's forming that I'm talking about. They've been using it extensively, and so they have feedback on how to improve things and the pain points and sticking points of the UI. So we've been dealing with a lot of those issues and fixing them this year. So the website is in a much better shape, and users are happy, and I'm happy.
And I'm happy, because you're doing an amazing job for splitting your time between two projects that are both very demanding and still keeping MusicBrainz and BookBrainz moving along. I totally understand that it's frustrating for you. You don't feel like it's moving along adequately enough, but
I really wish I could implode myself real quick.
Given the lack of resources that are worst for you more so than anyone else, I think you're doing a great job.
I'm relatively happy with the way I spend my time. I wish, it's like the poor baby needs help. I just want to cajole the baby, but The other one's going to university, he's going to become a doctor and make money when I'm retired. So, and also, I mean, I love working on MusicBrainz, and it's really, it's more fun. There's more of us involved in working.
And I think a lot of the things we're doing for ListenBrainz will absolutely benefit BookBrainz.
I'm definitely on that path too, and seeing preparing what things I'm going to be using for.
And I think once we actually get the Library of Congress data in, we have at least, the Anglosphere solidly behind us. And that's a significant big deal for moving BookBrainz along.
Yeah, and that's cool. That's cool to hear, because I was never sure what the, there's no pathway into BookBrainz as far as I could tell currently, like where's the big user, like what's the news item? Is it just kind of, we pick up a couple, but like, it's cool to hear that there's a book like to import some important stuff that should be open,
Which is open actually.
Well, it is open, but should be easier to,
Do you want to go and read Mark records? Because it's not nice. Yeah. But also there's other, as I said, librarians around the world have figured out their shit pretty well. So
librarians are renowned for being good at organizing stuff. So,
I mean, they've got like a few centuries ahead of us trying to figure out how to organize factual data.
If you took the library, I worked at the library for a couple of years, and they are very like MusicBrainz editors.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
And
like the same kind of
edit
people.
wars, literally, that they get onto on their databases when it's a shared database between libraries. Something to behold, it's exactly, but yeah, they care.
They care.
They're like, this person's putting this genre on this, but very.
Actually, some of our big editors or libraries, like small tiny libraries, where they want a catalog of all their stuff. They believe in open source, so they're already and they're asking for API endpoints to create this.
Because they can't use it at the moment, can they? Can they
the
integrate?
API, no.
Yeah, okay.
No, everything's done manually. But I mean, if you have well-constituted MARC records, chances are you're not a troll trying to create MARC records for polluting the book database. So it's a discussion we'll have to have with the wider community. But I think maybe for specifically for well-structured book-specific records, it might be interesting to have some automated endpoints that can import.
Does BookBrainz export MARC, or does it plan to export MARC?
I think it would make sense to be able to export MARC records because it's a standard.
Yes, and then the rest of the world can import them, or we can export them from non-Anglo books that are not going to be in the Library of Congress.
Yeah,
I bet that could be it. I mean, one of the visions that I always had for BookBrainz was the Anglosphere in the Library of Congress is an exception, right? And it does a fantastic job of creating all of this data, and it's reasonably clean. Right. The rest of the world doesn't have such a thing. Right, and there is a huge number of libraries that have got people typing all this shit in, right? And if BookBrainz can basically, export MARC records in other languages as well, so that all libraries in the world can, first step for like, I have a new book that needs to go into our collection, right? Is it in BookBrainz? Oh, it's in BookBrainz. Or otherwise, like, hey, let me go enter in our system and then push it to BookBrainz, and all of a sudden we can really save all the libraries in the world a bunch of money, and that's super exciting. Super exciting.
Actually, one similar thing I was thinking is I keep seeing how bad most libraries' music records are for the music they have. It would be really nice to export some sort of like better quality MARC record for music from MusicBrainz, but I mean that's a different.
Interesting. There was one last thing I wanted to talk about the importing. There's also one distinction that has been made when originally the project was conceived, which is when you import an entity, or when you will import an entity in BookBrainz, it's sort of like created in a separate table. It'll be marked as something that's imported from blah, blah, blah. and it will need a manual user action to either create it proper in BookBrainz or merge it with the existing entity in BookBrainz, which I think might help with the reliability of the data that's in there. Maybe if you want to be sure that there's no possibly dirty data, you can exclude all of the imported stuff.
So yeah,
Things like that might allow for
WorldCat that a few libraries use. The librarians who disagree with each other on how it should be displayed, they make a duplicate copy, and then they load that so that it matches how they file their stuff. So like, there is, even though they care, there's that stuff pops up, you know.
Surely. I think that's it. Unless you all have some questions.
Is SEO or is that any on your radar at all?
No.
No,
it's first you need to have data.
Yeah.
So
there's not enough at the moment to have an opinion on that.
no, there's not enough findable stuff just yet. So,
Specific questions about SEO?
I meant more like, do you have any idea about, like, is it appearing in search?
I'm gonna assume not really.
Okay.
Especially not when you have in the same way as MusicBrainz, there's more relevant sources that will have more user friendliness, more known, more stuff linking to it, etc.
Lots of bookshops.
Yeah, and actual covers. There's like still big glaring issues with the way that the website is at the moment for it to rank any higher.
when we do actually have data in, it would be really good to actually embed JSON LD in the BookBrainz maps as well, because that'll make the ingestion of your data much better for Google.
Yeah.
Okay.
No
Thank you so much. Actually, I was thinking something, Simon, maybe we could actually utilize this mega long USB extender and move this webcam over there somewhere, because right now everyone that's online gets to see the back of our heads as we're talking to our audience. That's less than ideal. So let's see if we can improve on that for next year, for tomorrow. So unless people need a break, I say we start crowdsourcing our topics for the rest of the summit. Not sure we're going to have enough time to actually really dive into much today, because probably like also needs to drink some beer or stuff like that. So for this part, either we need to have somebody who actually has legible handwriting, which is definitely not me. Example there, doing my best with that. So that's shit. So if somebody could, with good handwriting, could actually drive the whiteboard in this process, I would very much appreciate it. State of community. Right. Oh, I wasn't aware that that was ready. Well, then, Freso, if you're ready to do state of community, then by all means, jump in.
It can be.
It's, standing, jumping, good start.
Right?
On the screen though, because that's the Zoom, right?
Yeah.
On there, so
YouTube stuck on State of BookBrainz. Oh.
Yeah, it's working.
work or?
Nice. Thank you. I have a question regarding sort of the idea of centralizing reporting accounts. I think that's definitely a great idea, especially for centralizing the user accounts. But I guess we'll still need separate reporting systems for, say, on CritiqueBrainz for reporting reviews, on BookBrainz for.
I mean,
Do we need specific projects?
I would say
reporting
yes,
systems?
yes and no. There's this probably higher than normal probability that somebody who is spamming on one service is a spammer in general, and it would be great if you could see all of their spam reports together at the same place to say, oh wow, they've been reported for stuff in listens and writing self-promotional reviews and maliciously deleting competitors on MusicBrainz. Very, very easy to make a decision on that based on general information.
Aggregate the data.
Yeah, so currently my workflow is when I'm writing a review in CritiqueBrainz, I manually click through to MusicBrainz,
To see
check
if
the edits. If they've got some sketchy ones, report it to Freso, who presumably then seeks out whatever CritiqueBrainz thing I'm talking about, and then also double checks. It's it's not,
Seems like
it's not tidy.
forward.
One of the things that I see here is like in a dream world where we could have everything that we wanted. I think actually it'd be really good to dedicate an engineer to actually be a MetaBrainz engineer and to work on the MetaBrainz website to also bring notifications and communications and reporting, all of those things, all the common pieces of infrastructure common to all projects should live in MetaBrainz to also then try and lighten the load of the individual projects.
Yeah, that reminds me actually that I had some SQL started for notifications as the MusicBrainz that I should look into maybe porting to MetaBrainz if we're moving users there.
I think it naturally goes together with the OAuth stuff that we were talking about yesterday. So the fact that you're saying it's like not a high priority, I think it will become like super trivial. Well, not super trivial, but like massively more trivial once the OAuth is, and it will add it as a sort of thing to think about. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Freso.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, how are people's attention spans? We have an hour and 20 minutes left, and we need to basically do the agenda. Do we need a quick break, or should we dive in?
I think we can dive in.
Yeah.
All right, let's keep going. Somebody okay, Scribe? Okay. And could somebody pop open the agenda list that is on our wiki and slowly rattle those off for Monkey?
Would you doing this?
I mean, sorry, what was the question?
Am I keeping this?
Yeah, I mean, you can rewrite it in, you know, your own handwriting.
Cameras on you.
Agenda on the wiki, big topics, how to integrate aerosol into our team.
Yes.
Pull request?
Well, I mean, you know, in a way, we kind of started doing this already.
Integration always an issue.
Topic 2, from project development to infrastructure maintenance.
It's mostly the continuation of the dog sprint we started, which is we're documenting things we develop so we can maintain it.
Okay.
Maintenance? I guess. Yeah. Security management, everyone. Napkins.
So we have napkins.
I will.
Genres.
Actually,
What's
what's
to do with
What about genres? Oh, you just.
smart man. I
Um,
mean, like, there's actual progress because, like, we've been only talking about genres for a decade, and there's actually not anything to talk about this year.
Except moods.
Yeah.
oh,
Yeah.
Do we have more stuff to discuss?
I think we made a great start, and we should just keep developing until we get some.
I think let's keep the topic. I think it might be a short one, but what would be good is to sort of review where we're at, and then maybe take a minute to actually create some tickets and divvy up the tasks so we can actually maintain momentum.
I would also be actually quite interested in, based on Freso's
Yeah, just
discussion, like,
if it changes anything.
even though seems to be happy to wait for another year or two for these features from a technical perspective, I think it makes a lot of sense for us to see if we can get that functionality in now.
Just make sure it's kind of considered
But yes,
within the context of
certainly knowing what the way forward should be, and if we come across, oh, we need another report the user function, to not put it on, just another sub project, but put it on MetaBrainz.
Bug tracker self-hosted urine.
Wait, I have a radical idea. How about we write no more bugs?
I was gonna suggest post-it notes.
Post-it notes.
Yeah.
Post-it notes.
I mean,
then we need a budget.
what's wrong with post-it notes?
Or we can just be like the internet cards. They don't have a bug tracker.
We would still need a thanks tracker.
If I find a bug in Ivan's code, I write them a letter and put it in the mail.
a strongly worded.
What else we got?
CritiqueBrainz.
CritiqueBrainz is the other thing.
I think we kind of have the CritiqueBrainz.
Sure. Is that well, yeah. So my reason for putting CritiqueBrainz on the list was kind of a general discussion of what's next for CritiqueBrainz, including bringing in designs and things. But that the direction of that discussion is
I think having the same discussion.
Yeah. So let's just take this off and just say CritiqueBrainz general.
Yep.
Yeah.
Translation service website is on the list.
Other topics.
Where?
Second one.
Just
Did you edit it? What
No.
is it?
Translation.
Service. And then in brackets, web late,
We know.
which I assume is a translation service.
Yes. Is web on time.
That's it.
That's all that's on the agenda, except for the napkins topic. But
So one of the things that's frustrating to me, and it's probably totally on me, but we have all of these discussions leading up to Summit, like, let's talk about this at Summit. Yeah, great. Anybody remember those? I don't. And I was like, there were like 8 topics, and Lucifer, you and I have been bouncing around, like, let's talk about this at the Summit, and then the Summit comes out on what it is. Do you have any topics? Actually, in fact, does anyone have any topics that need to be added?
I just added one because we talked about aerosol, with aerosol in a chat about thinking about what the front end of ListenBrainz is going to look like, what things we can improve, and maybe the goal being to make some doodles, but mock-ups of design. So I think that's probably going to be the 2 of us. And
I guess I generally have some things that I want to talk about, which can still under integrating aerosol. That's like I've probably got quite a bit to say on certain. I've got some notes. So as long as we can have some time, or you can add it separately.
I think it might be added separately, like, because there's the how to integrate you and what policies can we come up with that make sure that we don't have engineers creating any more web pages without your input. But then your specific input for specific projects, I kind of think those are two separate topics.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that thing is there.
So, I mean, that's should there be a, I mean, the ListenBrainz UI UX could cover, there's all feedback for ListenBrainz. The CritiqueBrainz could cover that for CritiqueBrainz. Do we need to have a result feedback for UI UX for MusicBrainz?
Well, I guess so for me, it's more about I'd like to share the process for me, you know, more where I'm coming from. Broadly, that kind of covers everything. So like, I won't get very specific with what I've got in mind. So I'll feedback on everything, but then like a separate bit where I'm just like, this is what the designer thinks, like, you know, and it could just be helpful.
Okay, so it's that's like aerosol smacks devs around and gets them into shape, sort of thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Having a look through chapter for the word summit.
Oh yeah, good one.
So we have talked. I mean the other section is the sort of our hack day section of Wiki, where we say let's get together and hack on stuff, which isn't necessarily a discussion topic thing, but in there we have the old stuff. Ivan and I were looking at. Along with us, we're looking at Solar 9, which again is not something that actually really needs to be discussed, I guess. Ivan and Zas have some Prometheus proof of concept stuff. I wanted to look into some more console proof of concept stuff. But again, I don't think any of that requires all of us to be discussing.
Should we make a separate section for breakout topics? Because I think that's kind of all right. So breakout topics, and we rattle off those smaller topics.
All of proof of concept. I don't know if
No, that one. We got that one now.
Actually, I'm thinking solar as a general topic, not specifically solar, but we had some really good discussions yesterday about search and how can we improve MusicBrainz search, which might be nice to put in as well.
Yep, agreed. That's the unfortunate downside of, like, you know, I think we need a person working on that to realize it, but we can at least plan.
Combined entity search. We actually prototyped a solution to combined entity search yesterday.
Nice.
Well,
I
we talked about ideas on how we can make it work. Prometheus metrics endpoint.
Yeah, so that
breakout topic.
Yeah.
So that is the one we're using for the ListenBrainz services page, right?
Or an equivalent, or
also like this, if you can, for example, if is the number of recordings being added to the maximum, and if you can correlate it with the peak of load we see, and we can do the same for ListenBrainz and all, just to improve the monitoring.
Right. Yeah, and I remember there were some discussions we wanted to have around the metric system that we've had, and that we're using to make the graphs and the ListenBrainz services and so forth. And both ATJ and Zaz were like, you know, you're doing that wrong. And I'd like to pick that one up again. So that could be a breakout. That is a full topic. So service metrics.
There is a comment from Rob, meant to be worried at Summit, add link report to the method, and there's a hack session.
Yeah, that was the idea was that Lucifer and I would just hammer on that together. So I'm not.
Taking Monday off after the Summit, that's done. Lucifer and I having a discussion. That's enough to go into the Summit. We can have a more detailed discussion at the Summit. That said something, create a separate solar cluster. We're talking about solar, fine. Ivan added a vague topic about service documentation at the Summit. What's on the list? Aerosol wants to poke somebody at Summit to see how React works.
I'm glad there's a bit
How
after.
React works.
He wants to poke someone at something.
React and MusicBrainz, so that you can fix
Not me.
you can fix the editor icon in the user page on MusicBrainz.
Actually, earlier you mentioned about some ListenBrainz issues. Do those roughly fit under the Brainz UI UX?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, then we got that covered.
Oh, yeah, we were talking about that maybe get Aerosol set up on Wolf with a development environment.
Sure.
But we've already talked about that with them. So.
Yeah, we were going to teach Vim.
I gotta say, I'm happy how Wolf is working out. That's a good little setup.
And it's been great for summer coach students.
Yeah, and it's really nice to have on it 20 gigs of RAM and crash it.
Anything else? We will discuss something at the summit. We will discuss all of this in general. I'm not sure what that refers to.
I also added some points in IFC for discussion.
Okay, thanks. We've sufficiently answered what are we doing before the summit. Well, we've done before the summit, so we're going to that. That's it. I mean, it's going back a month and a half.
We can always add more things as we remember them, which we'll do undoubtedly. Does anyone have any other topics that we should be adding right now?
Yeah,
Just
we can have a session on year-end music planning. One.
Oh, yes.
Can
Yes,
start
that's,
that before mid-December would be really nice.
yes. And I think what we should do for year in music this year is actually have two versions of it. Because like we did last year, it was kind of half-assed, and you know, around.
I thought it was good.
Well, the split between one and the other wasn't particularly clear, right? And like I think there's this pressure to go do something while Spotify is doing it, but we're all purists in a lot of ways. So I think like doing it before the end of the year is a bit. So I'm kind of wondering if we should do a year in music preview that kind of like follows up with the Spotify's hubbub, but not actually put out the playlists, because the playlists are an actual representation of what you did all year long, and only really kind of do things that are your stats aren't unlikely going to change for the last month of listening, for instance, like do those sorts of things.
I think screw it and publish it on January 1st. I don't know why we're trying to follow Spotify. It's not like people don't listen to music the rest of the time, you know.
Only in that aspect where people do say, "Hey, I have my year wind up from Spotify. Why don't I have?"
Because the year's not over. It's coming in 15 days, you know.
Do we know the reason why Spotify does it early?
Well,
because they want to sell music, maybe.
Yeah,
Well, Christmas is there, and people are on vacation. People in the Western world are on vacation and have time to listen to music.
What's wrong with that algorithm?
Oh, yes, because you know over Christmas nobody's really paying attention to anything because they're just traveling and Christmas and all this shit, which actually does kind of speak for it's like January ends up being like return to work and kind of boring and dreadful and so forth.
First week of January, second week of January.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, I feel like shit. Hey, but I just got everything done.
January 1st. Yeah. Oh, you have to come back to work. It's sad, but you're gonna have something to listen to.
That's
Yeah.
the
The first Monday back or something like that. So one of the things that we might want to do is actually write a blog post that it basically says like, well, we kind of thought about this. We're purists, and we're actually going to do year in music in January. Get that blog post ready, and the second that your Spotify's year in music drops, we press the publish button. And then maybe we can already make a teaser image for year music for 2022.
Maybe that serves as a preview.
Yeah,
Because we can say you can look at your thing from last year.
maybe we can pick
Over
a
here.
couple of site-wide stats and present those. You know, just a little bit something and say, but like, hey, look, we're really, we could be doing this now, but prefer to do it right. See you in January.
I have a question. So like one of the big features we had in year in music was the recommendations for the year. Like based on your listening history, you could have recommendations for 2021. But if I'm seeing the recommendations for 2021 in 2022, that won't motivate me too much to pay attention to the last year's recommendations. Like, because
What do you mean?
Not following that one.
like we are giving recommendations, right?
Yeah,
In
we're
year in music.
generating playlists for people.
So based on the history for 2021,
No, for 2022.
2022, in 2023, we are giving them.
Yeah, we're gonna do that in January, right? But we're gonna calculate all of the data in the first 3 days of January and publish everything in January for the entire 2022. Right, including like all the retrospective playlists and the cover art and all of that.
Okay.
I think it just makes more sense. This whole, it was a bit split. So I think a, 1 or 2 teaser stats and a nice blog post that is ready to go when Spotify drops its stuff. And then, say, see January 3rd. Okay, any other topics that we should put on the agenda for now?
Well, I had written in IRC, but like I actually would like, especially with the whole moving the users to be MetaBrainz level, I would actually maybe like to get some opinions about what the messaging system ideas should actually, like the schema should actually be like. If that seems like something people, because I mean, I know what we had an idea of what we wanted for MusicBrainz, but I expect that might be different for other projects. So.
Well,
We're talking about notifications.
Yeah, remember post the drama in 2015 that we had? One of the things we determined was that we needed to have notifications and messaging. And I bet there's some wiki pages kicking around for that sort of stuff. We should be looking at those. But Gentle Cat ran off and started doing a bunch of stuff that was rather ill-informed. So I don't know, we may simply want to start with a clean sheet design on this one because he had some ideas that were just really not appropriate. So.
Well, I mean, that's why I actually was, I mean, like, I actually basically ignored that and started with basic, like, kind of like I try to do with the genres. Like, just do something basic and let people whine until it's better. But like, the schema itself is harder to change. So that's why I was thinking like we could talk about schema bits at least, and then implement whatever crap on top and then see.
Yeah, if you're trying to decide
what people complain.
Sorry.
Latency.
If you're trying to decide anything, you do not start with a schema. You start with a set of requirements. So let's talk about requirements. And once we have requirements, then we can start thinking about schemas.
I'm interested in that discussion because we're starting to re-implement that in BookBrainz as well.
Let's not do that.
We're like halfway there, so I agree. Let's not do that. But that means that maybe these requirements that we came up with are useful for.
That's a great
implementing a new one.
So let's put that on. I think a breakout will be good for that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So notifications, messaging, and we have a starting point. And with we can finalize refine those requirements, and we have at least a useful kind of wishful thing.
Yeah, I mean the scheme I had was based on what we understood were MusicBrainz requirements, but just want to make sure that those make sense for others as well. So yeah.
Did you have any other things to add, Rio?
I'm sure I have, but I cannot think of any right now. So
You'll just wait until you can interrupt me again. So that's cool, as usual. Lucifer, did you have other things to add?
Yeah, I think we can have a session on sketching out the LP roadmap in more detail, the near-term goals, the next things to work on, so on.
Okay. So maybe just a general MBID mapping breakout, or is that a bigger topic?
No, I was the MBID mapping one, a breakout session, and a general session on LB roadmap.
Yes. Yes, sure. yes, LB roadmap, and in particular, how do we actually get the word out about ListenBrainz? So I think that one is a more general one, less than not a breakout. Okay, any other topics?
Change your little feedback, like your little introduction, maybe. That's probably actually more good, sorry.
Aerosol throw shade.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. I'm being real careful.
What was it? What was one of your comments when we were like getting put on the teams? Like, I've been complaining about the UX for 20 years.
And now I'm finally doing it.
Yes.
Like, professionally, in a professional context.
Now you're part of the problem.
Yes.
Okay, so obviously this list of agenda items isn't set in stone. But typically what we do next is get an idea of the popularity of these particular topics, so that we actually start tackling the most popular ones right from the get-go. So Monkey, you'll be doing tallying. So let's start with the, I'll do the tallying, you do the scoring. And I'm not sure how to best, yeah, so let's just do it visually, raising hands if you're interested in a particular topic.
It's complicated for the people who don't have video. But
Yeah.
there's a hand reaction
Okay.
emoji.
So, yeah. So this is for, I guess, Pratamesh is the only person that doesn't have video. Either Pratamesh, turn on your video for the time being, or use the hand waving motion to indicate interest. Everyone else either do the hand waving or also do the hand waving icon.
Is it like
Yeah.
this guy?
Right. But remember to unset that one when you're done with it.
Okay.
Right, because otherwise then we which one was this? Reactions. Oh, right. They do go away automatically. Okay. So let's start at the top of the list. Ratings, keep, nuke.
Keep. Problem solved.
General rating discussion. Raise your hand if you're interested in general rating discussion. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11.
That's everyone. Good.
Okay, and the next one is
CritiqueBrainz,
the future.
Yes.
CritiqueBrainz.
Yes.
Yes. So none
That's
here.
also everyone
1,
here.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
9,
7,
10.
10,
11.
11.
Good. That's everyone.
Oh, 2 here.
I think you're counting yourself.
Huh?
I think you counted.
No, I can see myself.
Still have your hand up.
Okay. MusicBrainz entity type naming, and I think in particular this is more about how things are presented in ListenBrainz.
Oh, yeah. I have lots of stuff to say about that.
This one's going to be contentious.
Got 2 hands.
I did it when we updated the documentation for the MetaBrainz, MusicBrainz database schema, and we had a lot of inconsistency in the naming. So that's mostly for this. And because every other project is using it, so we wanted to have other projects and say what they think, how we can name things.
ListenBrainz is a mess in terms of what names we use for what, and it needs to be conscious guideline.
With excellent point of view.
Yeah. So, and Monkey also brought up that some of the concepts that we're using on ListenBrainz and MusicBrainz, it makes sense to have a release and not an album, because an album is a type, and if we have release groups, all these hoity-toity things, but to end users it can be very, very confusing. Like the rest of the world calls it a track in an album.
Yeah.
Right? What the fuck is an artist credit? So
And what's a recording?
right, and that's like having 2 sites using different nomenclature that are like tied at the hip seems like a really bad idea. So this is a really challenging kind of topic. So I think in general, just let's particular type the entity types naming should just be a MetaBrainz universe nomenclature topic where we cover your aspect and we cover your aspects. I hate this topic, but raise your hands. Show your hands if you're interested in talking this one. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. Next we have integrated aerosol. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9.5 because aerosol's not sure.
We're gonna talk about you behind the back.
From project dev to infrastructure maintenance.
So it's how we carry documentation for maintainers to be able to.
Best practices going forward for documentation.
And which goals we want to set as well.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's continuation of what we started at.
Yes. Raise your hand if you're interested in that. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's call it 6. We have 2 half hands. Okay. Okay. So security management. So security management.
So it's just a teaser about what the problem we mentioned during the BookBrainz and where we are and the things to like a state of security management.
And making sure we keep on top of
It's a good
things
password
that we need
management.
to update if there are security issues or knowing
Security
what
alerts.
passwords
Security best practices.
Yes.
Okay.
and implementation of.
Okay. So security best practices and implementations thereof. Raise your hand if that tickles your fancy. We have 1 for Lucifer, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah. Does it tickle my fancy, or do I have to do it as part of my job?
8 onwards. OAuth, raise your hands. That's you know. We'll do there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Everything's 9. It's just on grading, it's converting towards 9. Bug tracker.
That's also solved. We said no more bugs.
No more bugs. Yes. Okay. So we have Rio. So there's 3 people on this one.
It's organization-wide topic. So
Yeah, it's
I mean,
what's 3 going on 9?
no point.
The end of Jira.
It's just the same for
The end of Jira self-hosted free options.
We'll get to it. It's just a matter of like which ones we get to first. But
Yeah.
let's continue with the process. We only have 3 votes for bug tracker because I think we have so many scars around that. Translation service / webwait. Show your hands. We have 1.
What is the topic about?
Well, I will talk about it, but I don't think it's worth. I just can state where we are.
I'm certainly interested in a context of we really need new translations in CritiqueBrainz, and so I want to know if I push them to Transifex or
I'm interested in this topic. So
There's no translations in
raise your hands on webwait. There was Rio. There was 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Napkins.
5 more napkins.
It's like breaking traditions. ListenBrainz UI UX. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5. Aerosol intro and aerosol throw and shade. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Not to be missed. You're popular. Search and solar. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. LB roadmap. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, breakout topics. And do we need to prioritize those? Yeah, let's do it just in case. Okay, Prometheus endpoint. 3.
No idea what it's about.
I mean, from a more of a fascination point of view.
Statistics and logging data, profound sort of stuff. 3. Service metrics, which are
Is that the
the
same topic?
similar topics, but this is so one of the things I really want to do with service metrics, I want to make it simple for devs to be able to say like, hey, we need to track this statistic, right? And then have a simple one-liner like import this module, and then I'm going to go report this data.
That's Prometheus. Pretty much.
Okay, so now let's just put it into Prometheus. Okay. MusicBrainz ID mapping and release support. Yeah, MBID mapping improvements. Rio, myself,
A couple of things to say about it, or maybe not the whole.
well, that's not a super popular topic. 4. Aerosol on Wolf.
And I guess that was me.
I mean, what is that talking about? Government code.
Well, but also like
Teaching how to use it.
teach how terminal works and teach how.
Yeah, but that's like integrating aerosol with the team. No?
That's
Yeah,
pretty-
Right. So let's,
sort of, but it's a breakout session because it's pretty specific and we don't need the whole team to be.
Okay, fair enough.
How to use terminal.
okay.
But I'm interested, because I don't use Wolf and
Is everyone,
benefit.
everyone's gonna show me how to use it?
Well, nine on that topic.
We just discussed the best, but
Get off the keyboard, I'm gonna.
Year in music. One from Freso, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
And there's a
six.
hand going up on, is that Lucifer's? I think.
Oh,
we've missed-
yeah, it's 7.
I've missed him a few times actually.
I just randomly bumped it up. That's cool. Notifications and messaging.
What? Yeah.
Like designing what our features are. We'll have notification and messaging. So we have 2 online, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Ooh, that's a good one. We obviously care about that one.
Breakout one, so,
Yeah, that's a breakout one.
yeah, MetaBrainz.
Okay.
think That's the underlying assumption.
So now we have ranked all of these and we have about 45 minutes left. Do we want to jump in a topic that we think we can finish in 45 minutes, or do we need a break, or do we want to just be done for the day?
I think we can get that one done.
Can we have a 5-minute loo break and then come back and do ratings and then call it a day? And I would not be opposed if anybody decides to open a beer right now. So.
Yeah, I was thinking the same.
All right, 5-minute break, everyone. We're coming back at 20 after the hour and 10 to the hour in India. Is it 10 to?
And if it's not too early, grab a beverage of your choice.
Yes.
Even if it's early, nobody will judge.
Alistair, come and tell us what.
Yeah. So we've got the orange
volunteering monkey. So who people volunteering monkey? Monkey or all?
You will stop actually caring about.
What are the arguments against having ratings?
So can we just
Are we talking about ratings on MusicBrainz, or are we talking about ratings in CritiqueBrainz?
the discussion?
I have no idea what.
Okay, so I'll leave this.
Yeah, good.
So
One moment, I'm just asking if Rio or Freso made a minutes. doc. Yeah.
oh yes, minutes. Good thinking. We always forget that. But you know, volunteering Rio for minutes because he's the secretary of the board. It's good. I second this. Anybody else? Motion carried. Yay! Thanks, Rio. You're our hero.
Leo Hero.
It's like, I want to die.
He's a hero, Russell Buck.
Right. Okay, so can we proceed? The so ratings, so setting the stage for ratings. Ratings have been something that we added because people said we should have ratings and we thought they were a good idea. We were talking about 2003, 2004, something like that. But we didn't actually have a very clear goal as to what we'd be doing with them. And since then, so we're talking about 18 years or so, we have not actually used the ratings. And we don't have a lot of ratings either. So from the perspective of using the sort of data that I was hoping to use in Troy for recommendations, it's statistically not significant. I can't use it, right? And there's further on the critique that the ratings are so poorly specified, like what are you rating, right? How are you rating it? What does a rating mean? We never defined that. Like it's the execution of ratings was really poor, really poor. And that, you know, garbage in, garbage out kind of suggests that the ratings might not be particularly useful. So the question is, if they're not useful, why do we have them? So, Mommy.
I think that it's convenient that we have an entire project that's dedicated to ratings and reviews.
Surely there's a point in music, or you mean CritiqueBrainz,
I mean CritiqueBrainz.
right?
I'm not sure. I understand there's historical reasons why the two are separate, but for me, it seems like we have CritiqueBrainz. It might be useful. So we should move the ratings to CritiqueBrainz. Yeah.
Okay, so
To me, that makes sense.
that seems to be a mechanical sort of function. Like after Yvonne, I'd like to get to like why do we have ratings? What is it useful for?
So what I've seen is like private collection MusicBrainz that some user use it to rate and to order the recordings and the albums in their own collections. I think it's the main usage. If it's not relevant to ListenBrainz or Troy, but I don't know how. But I don't use it personally, so I don't know how much it's used in the community. But it's supported by Pika.
Yeah.
So I think it's the main usage. It's to read your files.
No,
Alistair, could you do me a favor
Yes.
and log into the MusicBrainz database? And,
Just going to suggest that.
yeah, I
I think ratings.
But
wondered if
Ratings
that's
are
the
used as keywords,
yeah.
If everyone talks, I cannot take minutes, just saying.
Yeah. So let me, given that we're in the minute taking phase, please wait until I call on. So ETJ.
So for me, I think what we talked about yesterday, and I was when we were talking about scopes and how we kind of boiled it down to personal data versus like communal data. I think this is what it hinges on. So your perspective is that ratings are useless because it's no use in an aggregated form. And then what people are saying is that people use ratings on a personal for their own personal use, and so it's not. So it shouldn't be relevant on a general scale, but they're using it on a personal level. So that to me seems to be the fundamental divide. If we don't think that the personal level justifies the existence, you're obviously saying that then there's no point in using them on an aggregate level. So if the personal level justifies to keep them, then I think that's sufficient to keep them. If it doesn't, then I don't think you should keep them. That's kind of, it's Does that make sense?
Yeah. I mean,
I'm not convinced that it's not useful in aggregate though.
Okay, so
They've been underused, they're badly represented on the website, we're not really pushing for them, there's many reasons why it's underused. I don't think that means it's useless.
I think that's, you and Rob need to have a discussion then.
Actually, I think it's not necessarily that Monkey and I need that discussion, but I think the thing to do is that one of us should go to the forums and basically say, we have questions around regards to ratings. How are they being used? How strongly do you feel about ratings? What if we were to make them go away? Right? And then if the community tells us like, no, wait, we have these important things that are hinged on it and so forth, and we actually learn that there's a use case, great. Then we can take action from there.
Yes.
I use it to listen to music. I go on MusicBrainz and I
It's
discovered
bad that you just started speaking, just raised your hand like, yes, you're totally, you can have the task of asking the community. Just kidding. What were you gonna say?
I think it's useful for the same thing we were talking about earlier, and same thing for books that you were mentioning on Goodreads. I go on artists I don't know. There's some albums will have a rating. If the rating's bad, I'm not going to go listen to that one. If the rating's good, I'm going to go, well, someone thinks, or 3 people think this album is good, I'm going to start with that one. That's, for me, that's very useful. And now that there's a play on ListenBrainz button, I'm going to play that one.
Yeah. I mean, given that there's no accounting for taste, I don't know if it ever fall into that.
Is that good from an artist's perspective? The fact that you rejected a few albums because the ratings was bad, isn't that bad from an artist's perspective because they got judged before being listened to?
I just get judged all over the place.
I mean, yeah, I think the artist's perspective matters in this case, to be fair. But, yeah.
And they get discovered in the same.
Still listening to something of the artist.
Well, you're going to pick a 5-star one now. That is basically
So, go ahead, Rio. Go ahead.
It's basically, I just wanted to say that, I mean, unless we are basically thinking that reviews are useless, which, I mean, maybe. But if we don't think reviews are useless, then ratings aren't useless. I mean, basically, if you remove ratings but keep reviews, then you're likely to get short reviews that say, I really like it. Because they couldn't just, rate it 5 and be done with it. I think, as long as we actually use the ratings and reviews for anything, right? If like, for example, you go to a ListenBrainz page and you're like, okay, so that's what people think about this artist, some reviews and whatever, then I think that if you don't give people an option to just rate the artist, they're gonna just start leaving like comments like, oh, this is amazing, or like, I hate this shit instead. But I don't know, maybe I'm just imagining it. I don't know.
Okay. One of the things that I'm kind of starting to hear is maybe it makes sense for us to actually get rid of the ratings in MusicBrainz, but keep the ratings in CritiqueBrainz, but really actually think about like, what does a rating mean and how should ratings be used so that we can actually make them meaningful. But I'm not entirely convinced of that. Yvonne, then Simon.
If we know that the rating is not relevant to such area, for example, to the ListenBrainz level, we just said to document it. As you said, if there is one usage, then we can keep it. But maybe that's the issue was we just had ratings without mentioning what it was worth for. That's just it.
Okay.
No,
Sorry, it was Simon.
Yeah, I find it really interesting that, it's definitely true that we put ratings out there and then, we haven't given you guidance how to use it. At the end of the day, in a user point of view, you can write documentation on it. If the interface is simple, I want them just go to rate. They're just going to rate on their own personal, like the nuance of like what exactly it means. I'm not sure matters, but then I think what is important about what we decide it's for is how we display it. So I personally, no matter how useful we find it, the fact that a few users, hardcore users, use it in a card, for me, we support way more niche stuff than that. Like there's about, that's kind of like the service. So for me, that's fine. but do we need to display it on every track in the release page by default? You know, the little star thing. In that case, maybe not. But
It clutters things quite a lot, doesn't it?
but if we decide it was important and we want more, then if we want to get more ratings, we would push it forward and like a total, you know, we give it a total number, and that could encourage. So like I think that's where it's important to define it. You know.
AcousticBrainz house.
Just talking about hardcore users, we have some serious power law stuff going on here in terms of total number of ratings. The editor with the most number of ratings has 70,000 recorded ratings.
Recording, how do we know that they're not a spammer?
That's a good question.
Rio, is that you?
But we're going 40,000, 40,000.
I don't actually use music ratings for web score personally. I just see the user.
Sorry, what was that?
70, 40, 40, 30, 30, 10,000 in terms of users, number of ratings of recordings.
And what was the total number of ratings we've got?
So recordings, 500,000 approx. Release group 200,000, artist 50,000, work 5,000, events 2,000, labels 1,000.
That is the definition of statistically insignificant.
But like,
But it's also because we
Most popular recording has been rated 154 times.
Wow, which one is that? Surprising variation. Variations.
I mean,
surprisingly good shit.
this kind of analysis variation, right? It's on the page where we can download data for ratings, for example. So
Yeah.
ratings are mostly relevant to the person themselves.
Yeah, I mean, if that's how we define it.
What's the thing about ratings?
Looks like spam ratings because it's something, well, either that or it's a super popular K-pop band.
I mean,
Filipino boy band.
I don't think it was one. No, it was one recording.
Most rated recording.
What I was thinking about is we are rating by setting a number.
I mean,
I'll try
most number of individual ratings.
So yeah, I'm thinking the principal with ratings is that they don't tell what they express. For example, just an example, someone could think setting 2 stars on one recording is, oh, I like it very much, but not as much as all rules 5 stars.
Yeah, it's relative.
So,
Yes.
and for someone, it could be something like, yeah, it's so recording. So I think the meaning of the number of stars we put is different from one people to another. So it's hard to use that as a global number because
I disagree. Everyone's on the internet is using ratings. Everyone knows how to use ratings. It doesn't mean the same thing for everybody. But that doesn't mean the system.
What does it mean?
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. I don't know, on Amazon, the thing with the most rating is going to be the most rated.
That's games of hell.
It doesn't matter that it's different for every person. It's still going to be, there's a scale of 1
So
to 5.
that's relative to the other ratings. It's always something relative. So if something has a lot of a big score compared to another one, what do you conclude from that it is more popular or it is better?
Right, it's just simply not defined, and that's part of the problem.
Yeah, I would like to raise a point that I used to rate a lot. I used to depend a lot on ratings before, on IMDb also, and things like that. For example, if I watched a movie or I listened to a song, even though in my definition that would be 6 out of 10 in general, but it has a rating of 5 or 10 on IMDb. So I would try to raise the bar. Just to raise the bar, I would give it a 10 out of 10 because I want the aggregate to be.
That's true.
That's true. Because I want the aggregate to be higher.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So this kind of illustrates the problem of rating.
Yeah, it was a good point.
I mean, this
So-
illustrates the problem with having a small amount of ratings. That's
Yeah.
mostly what it illustrates. I mean, like the problem we have right now is we're getting ratings from MusicBrainz. How many users are in MusicBrainz every day we're gonna rate? Very little. Like you're yourself talking about wanting to make ListenBrainz the entry page for everything. Then you should make ListenBrainz the entry page for ratings.
Yes.
Now, if after, I mean, move them to CritiqueBrainz, make ListenBrainz the entry page. Like you can maybe add a preference in MusicBrainz to hide them for people who don't care about them, who are a fair amount of the heavy editors, but not all. I know Jesus, for example, uses a lot of ratings. And once you have them in CritiqueBrainz and you're using them via ListenBrainz, see what the usage is. It doesn't pick up in a couple of years. Well, maybe there is actually no use in the community for them. It picks up, then it was, yes, we were using them wrong. I mean, if you have enough ratings, statistically, they're going to mean something. I mean, like if you have something as close to 5, it's going to mean a lot of people think it's good. Whether for some people 4 means amazing, and for some means pretty good, and for some means like supreme because I don't tag anything 5 because perfection doesn't exist, which it's a thing people do as well. I mean, like that doesn't matter if you have enough of them. It just matters if you have 10.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is that we're undecided as to the real value of ratings. But I think what we're kind of saying is that if ratings are to be kept, they best live in ListenBrainz.
Yeah, I would
And
agree with
then well defined as to
Yes.
what it means. So it still need to have somebody actually ask the community what they think of ratings, basically get an idea as to like how they're being used and what the community feelings about them are in order to actually come up with a decision whether to keep or to ditch. Can I get a volunteer to be interested in writing that and sort of managing that conversation? Thank you, Arizal. Much appreciated. Do we have any other points of discussion for ratings?
I just have one tiny detail. When it comes to what does the rating mean, we can sort of attach that meaning to however we input the, let's say, number of stars. If when you hover on 1 star, it's I hate it. And you
Yeah.
hover on the 5th, it says I really love it.
Yeah.
Maybe we can try and
Shoehorn people.
yeah, or at least say that this is how you're supposed to use it. 1 star means you hate it, 5 star means you love it. Everything in between is like, meh, interesting, like it, love it.
So the point about it being relative,
Hold on.
It's still going to be relative, but at least you give us a normal scale for people of how it's supposed to be used.
So
Well,
Ivan,
it
then
was
Simon?
to transition to the next one because if it's not clearly defined in CritiqueBrainz or MusicBrainz ratings, if we maybe get CritiqueBrainz getting closer to ListenBrainz and having better definitions in ListenBrainz, I think that maybe in the future we may get rid of ratings, but maybe it's too early.
I agree with you.
Yeah, so this discussion is really interesting. To me, what I feel here is like basically we're dealing with messy data, which is users. Okay, and like to me, right? To me, and Monkey as well, I think it's obvious to me that ratings are going to be subjective or objective.
They're subjective.
Subjective, yeah, got it right. So, that's just the way it is. And like, I don't think we would think twice about that. And like, that doesn't make it worthless. It's just like a different, but I think if we want something like ListenBrainz to be bigger and more front facing, we're going to be dealing with that all the time. Like a lot of popular sites these days, they don't care if the information is correct or not on any kind of like technical level. It's more about getting the people to use it and interact. And a lot of users, quite frankly, don't care as well. It's not to say we don't care or like for some applications, but like when we get bogged down into like, what does it mean and how accurate is it? That's one way of looking at it. The other one is like, do users want it? And then will they read them? And then will they comment on them? And is that enough? Like, a lot of other organization would say, okay, well then that's great, that's enough to have it. You know, and then for us, we're like, but it's all a mess and everyone's using it for different stuff. But it's like,
If they're using it, that
yeah,
kind of
if they're
justifies it.
using it, then whatever, you know. So I think we like kind of
Over technicalize it.
pick the, yeah, or at
I
least
agree.
be aware of it so
Mm.
that we can pick the direction if we want everything to be like that, you know, or if we're going to let go a little bit on some fronts. Yeah, just awareness of.
Yeah, awareness of how a non-technical user views it, which is difficult when you're so involved.
But I think in this case in particular, grading something 0 to 5 on the internet is
Yeah,
a completely normal thing nowadays.
I know what you mean. Yeah.
Aren't they rating the
Everyone's going to have the same problem that
Real six.
you know, it's all subjective and not everybody needs the same thing, but that doesn't matter. That's the
Rio?
standard.
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to say, yes, both in IRC, but that for what it's worth, you were talking, Monkey was talking about specifically saying what ratings are meant to mean. That Rate Your Music, for example, does not seem to even have anything to indicate that, to the point where they have forum threads, long forum threads about what does your rating scale mean for you personally, and it still works. So like, I mean, it might be useful, but it's not necessary as long as you have enough ratings. The other thing that I also was thinking about is that about uses for ratings. It's just like being able to see a specific person's ratings can be pretty useful, not just as personal ratings, but as like, you know, I want to like be like, okay, let's see what the SAS has rated 5 stars, so I can find something nice to listen to. I mean, I understand that can be replaced by like, hate, whatever, but like, but you know, like for example, like if you think someone has a really good taste, you might actually be interested in the stuff that they didn't hate. Well, they didn't hate this. It has to be good, right? The point that, you know, like the level, you know, for someone who you don't care that much about, you might only want to see what they really, really love. But well, some other person, you might actually care about stuff they kind of like. I don't know if it makes sense, but like it makes sense in my head.
I think some of those conclusions might be a bit dubious, especially by the ones about Zaz's musical taste.
Just pointing out in voice here as well, I already put it in IRC. Freso recognizes by sight more than half of the top 10 users who rate as prominent members of MusicBrainz. And I extended it to top 20, and I recognize
That's not
all those
unexpected,
scores.
though, is it?
Okay, well, that's very much, you know, a strong argument for asking our community about feedback, which is what we.
Well, it's also a point of feedback that our very active users are using the rating system.
Yeah. Okay, so.
Sorry,
Rio again? Or is your hand is, okay, not Rio again.
I mean, like, I still don't get the understanding behind the rating. Even if the top contributors on MusicBrainz are giving ratings, it doesn't justify that their ratings are applicable to me. Because, like, applicable in the sense that it is going to be subjective, right?
Especially if you're one that's like, I want this to be higher, 5 stars, and yeah, of course it's not gonna apply.
Yeah.
But I would add that, if someone is rating an artist that you listen to, it's probably relevant to you because it's another person who listens to the same stuff you're listening to. So like,
yeah, what that's a social aspect that Rio was talking about, which is kind of, to me, that's like it's kind of like a Last FM style. You know, that was where Last FM, the social aspect is what I think made Last FM popular initially, and so it kind of feels like it fits into ListenBrainz more if we were to keep it, the ratings, because it's like if you go, so you've got on the sidebar, you've got similarity. Yours this much similar to these users. You click on their thing and then you see their ratings.
I don't think anybody can dispute what you're saying. I think we're all in agreement on that.
Yeah. So
Simon?
Yeah, so just to go back to what I said before about how we display stuff. So, you know, you were saying, okay, and then you said, you know, someone rates it 5 to get it up in that rating. So that does have to do with display. If you're on a website where like things are rated in your front ranked,
Yes.
right? That there's a lot of value placed on that, or if there's a ranking on the side. The way MusicBrainz currently has it is pretty personal. Like, I'm not going to see a 5-star rating on a song and like put in 1 because it is, I already know it's personal use. I don't really care. And my mock-ups actually have had a big, I had like this is the global rating, quite big on CritiqueBrainz, and then I had this many ratings. And it is, the other one was, this is number 5 on MusicBrainz or something. But that consciously is clickbait, right? So that is why we need to decide, because that is me encouraging people to sign up to get involved in the discussion by making it front and center. But if we decide that's exactly what we don't want, then we definitely don't do that. But it doesn't, in both cases, ratings are useful, but the display of them does drive the behavior.
And also, you know, putting them, making it easy to rate things in the appropriate context.
Yeah,
right. I think those things were never done, and they need to be done.
Yeah.
If we were to, you know, adopt this going forward, and you know, that means like putting it into art, right?
Yeah.
If that's an appropriate use case.
But you know, I'd say currently it is in the appropriate context, which is a little bit hidden, or like if you can see it in the thing, but like there's not a number on the big anywhere, and that's why our hardcore users use them, is because it is more personal. So I don't want to say maybe it is working well. Like they're obviously not rating them to, if you know, all those recordings, probably have 1 review, and it's just theirs. That's like a personal usage. Yeah.
Yeah. Is there a cost to keeping ratings in? Is that, you know, what prompted this discussion? I know that you're saying that it's.
Yeah, I mean,
you just think that they use this for aggregational purposes, which I get.
Yeah, I mean, my motivation was like, as far as from a recommendation perspective, they're useless, and I didn't see any use cases that warranted us keeping them. I mean, then there's no real expense around it, right? But if somebody says, "Oh, this is for personal use," and I'm deriving use out of it, then that's a valid case for keeping it, right? Yeah. So, which is where a bit of market research that Arizal is going to do is it's really going to enlighten us, I think.
Yeah. Okay.
Just exactly what you were saying. I mean, go back to all of the brouhaha about the Netflix challenge. Yeah, it was, what, 15 years ago?
Wasn't that long?
Where they offered, right? So the Netflix challenge was, this was back in this was before Netflix was streaming. So Netflix's big thing was that they had to recommend a good movie for you to watch because they were going to post it to you on DVD. And so they offered $1 million to the research team that could increase the estimates of a person's rating of a movie. So you know, we want to give you only movies that we think you're going to rate 5 or whatever.
Well, basically, was it couched in that exact term, or was it like, it was, I guess.
And ironically enough, if I understand it correctly, I'm sure Alistair is going to correct me if I don't, this is where the matrix factorization that is actually in Sparkler, what you're using came from. Because previously that algorithm had not actually been put together, and that's why it was a winner, because the guy actually came up with a completely new algorithm. Right. And again, argued against it, it's working really well for us. If you've looked at your daily gems, have you looked at your daily gems today?
Yeah. Just right there.
And
Wow.
Did you,
approval.
Lucifer, did you catch that? So I made Zaz follow Troybot, and it was like expecting, like, I mean, Zaz's music listening taste is all over the map.
In the list, there are few artists which I don't know if I keep that Kendrick Lamar or something that I don't know from where it comes, because I'm not a artist.
Well, I mean,
maybe from this kind of
but it's like that's very much a collaborative filtering aspect. Like lots of people listen to that.
Just to make it TFM in there.
Just to come back to the ratings, I was thinking about the use case for For example, I don't use much of ratings for personal use or anything, but sometimes I'm going to rate your music, which is based on rating. And let's say I learned about an artist to discover. I don't know anything about this artist. So where do I start? I go to rate your music. I check all the albums. I check the ratings for each album. And I start to listen the most rated album, thinking it's perhaps the most representative of the moment.
Yeah, same thing I was saying earlier. That's like that's
So I think in this case, it's useful to make recommendation, because if you don't know an artist, you need to start somewhere. So where to start?
The key point of that is though, is that you need like a minimum of like, I would say 500 or I don't know, maybe 250 ratings.
But that grows over time.
Yes, exactly. So we need to define,
to be more
and it needs to be pushed for in the correct way. So to keep the ratings, we're going to need to change the ratings.
Yes,
But we don't have that.
Yes.
So that's not.
One.
Alistair, then Rio.
Well,
Okay.
I was just saying that basically that we ratings is one of those things that is just there, and so if we had a way of saying when you rate, this is what you get out of it. So we can do search ranking based on rating. We can list releases based on ranking. We can do recommendations based on ranking. What I wanted to finish about with the Netflix challenge stuff is that the winning team improved Netflix's existing recommendation system by 0.02%.
Something really freaking small.
So they got given the money because they won fair and square. That's fine. But it was such a huge thing. First you have to do this, and then you have to do this, and then you look at the phase of the moon, and then you download this data, and then you do something else, and we can improve it just this tiny little amount.
Right.
So I think I forget exactly all of the details, but what that was actually a way of saying that their basic system of only using ratings was actually working really well, because you needed a hell of a lot extra data to get even a tiny
improvement.
Were you first or So actually, then you
I thought I was first.
I didn't see your hand. Sorry. So Rio, Akshat, Yvonne.
So like one thing about needing lots of ratings, I mean, that is true to some degree, but like the thing is, I think there's kind of like a long tail separation where, like, you know, when you are looking for popular music, you usually want like the opinion of the mass to some degree, and in that case you want lots of ratings, and in that case you need an aggregate rating with a lot of ratings, but those are easier to get anyway for popular stuff. While a lot of the times I feel when you're looking at obscure stuff, you're actually relying more on personal ratings anyway. Like, you know, that's more like the case of like, okay, I'm really into this very obscure genre, and there is like these 3-4 people who I can see that they really care about this genre. I will follow their personal ratings anyway. So like it might be that not having a lot of ratings for obscure music is less of a problem than it seems at first. For user use anyway, maybe not so much for like, you know, automatic recommendation.
I have 2 points. Like, if we keep and continue serving ratings, have we ever considered making it to a scale of 10? Because I feel more comfortable with a scale of 10 because it actually helps me define things more clearly. A bar of 5 is too small for me. Like, that's a personal thing that doesn't need to do anything with anything. But yeah, just an opinion. And secondly, if we start doing search or any site-wide things based on ratings, how are we going to make sure that the ratings are representative of things? For example, there are a lot of maybe Indian music is there, but it's not been rated as much as the English stuff. So even though I'm in India, I'll be giving recommendations for things abroad. Like, that doesn't help my use case.
No.
I don't think it would be the recommendations are based on rating, but if you have multiple albums by the same artist that you know is similar to the stuff you listen to, maybe the rating will help decide in the same way that we were saying that we might do as humans, go like, don't know this artist, which album is what people who listen to this artist consider the best album. Whatever the measure
I'm
is,
fine with
whatever
that.
the measure of best is, I don't really care.
So
It's-
I'm
I'll
seeing
stop
the
with that.
ratings in two use cases. One is a personal use case and other is a global use case.
Yes.
I agree 100% with the personal use cases, but I don't understand the global use cases of ratings. Like I don't
I
want
don't think we do either.
Yeah, no, I think that's,
That's just it.
I think that's
Rob,
the,
and that's what Rob.
I think that's the crux of the issue, yeah.
You know?
Do we have speech-to-text application, or is there someone taking notes?
Theoretically.
Or is anyone recording?
Oh, that's actually a good idea. We could turn on transcription service tomorrow. That's somebody remind me that we turn on the transcription service for tomorrow. We are 2 minutes till. Unless there's any more questions, I think it would be really good for us to actually wrap up on time.
Yeah.
Any other important things to discuss?
I guess we don't mute them just yet.
No, there's no decisions made yet, right?
Well, I just wanted to remind quickly that basically both of our current rating implementations already, I think anyway, at least MusicBrainz does. I think CritiqueBrainz too. Does it allow rating via API already?
CritiqueBrainz, yes.
So basically, if you wanted, you could literally implement it in ListenBrainz tomorrow, which through either MusicBrainz or ListenBrainz, and like you wouldn't need to change anything on the site itself. You could just do API calls to the right endpoint and use ratings in ListenBrainz and ask users for the ratings.
Yes.
Basically trivially.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a good idea. It's just actually suck it and see and then ask for feedback.
Let's wait for what Aristole's
Yeah.
conclusion from the community is going to be. All right, let's wrap it up. We're at 7 o'clock Barcelona time. Thank you everyone for your attention throughout this very long day already. I feel a lot less burnt than I did in previous summits, so this is a sign that this is working. Quite excited by that. We'll have a good set of agenda items, and I'm pretty certain we can get through all of them. So thank you, and hurry on, Garth, and see you tomorrow at 2.
Party on, Wayne.
See you later.
Thank you.
Go.